Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from the Honourable Shamfa Kojo Lewis, MP, member for Tobago West, who has requested leave of absence for the period May 12 to 19, 2024. Mr. Darindranath Tanku, MP, member for Oropouche West, and from Ms. Michelle Benjamin, MP, member for Maruga Tableland, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate. The ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 in the name of the Attorney General.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be taken later in the proceedings. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Papers.
The Acting Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
I see we have two jesters here today, you and your sidekick. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Extension of Period Number 3 Order 2024, and 2, the report of the Auditor General on the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Company for the year ended September 30th, 2004. As I said, we have two court jesters here today. I beg to move that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
The rumor is Tanku gone by you now, that's why you ask for leave.
I don't have a paper 3. 3, the annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission for the year ended September 30th, 2023. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. So why do I only have...
Honourable members, the question is that paper number 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the name of the Ministers of National Security, Labour, Education and Works and Transport. Paper number 4, the ministerial response of the Ministry of National Security to the second report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security on an examination into the factors that contribute to the prevalence of illegal firearms and gun violence in Trinidad and Tobago. Paper number 5, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Labour to the sixth report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity on a follow-up inquiry into the implementation of the recommendations on the 18th report, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the treatment of migrants with specific focus on the rights to education, employment, and protection from sexual exploitation. Paper number 6, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Education to the 6th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity on a follow-up inquiry into the implementation of the recommendations of the 18th report, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the treatment of migrants with specific focus on the rights to education, employment, and protection from sexual exploitation. Paper number 7, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Windscreen and Window Tint Amendment Regulations 2024. Paper number 8, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule Order 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
The member from Laventille East, Mover.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following reports in the name of the member for Opuch West. The 14th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago for financial year 2022, 4th session 2023-2024, 12th Parliament. 2, the 15th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the Police Complaints Authority for the financial years 2015 to 2021, 4th session 2023 to 2024, 12th Parliament. And 3, the 16th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2013 to 2019, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the 18th report of the Public Accounts Committee for the 11th Parliament, 4th session, 2023-2024, 12th Parliament.
Urgent questions.
The member for Couva South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Attorney General, given that the initial one-year extension granted to the Commissioner of Police, Earl Herwood Christopher, by the Cabinet is due to expire very shortly, could the Attorney General inform this House if the Cabinet has advised the President to invoke Section 675 of the Police Service Act as it relates to a further extension of her continuing in the said office?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a decision will be taken on this matter not later than tomorrow. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, given the alarming response we got from the Attorney General, could the Attorney General inform this House if the Cabinet intends to advise the President that the employment of Ms. Earl Herwood Christopher as of midnight of the 14th of May continue in the employ of the Police Service of Trinidad and Tobago in keeping with Section 75 of the Police Service Act?
Member, I rule your question out of order. Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, given that the Commissioner of Police has the responsibility of being the accounting officer in the police service, could the Attorney General advise this House what measures are being put in place to avoid a crisis in the police service where the Minister of Finance may be called upon to appoint a public servant as the accounting officer in the police service of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member, again, I rule that question out of order. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of National Security, based on the unprecedented and recent revelations that gang members have utilized CCTV cameras to monitor police officers, will the Minister state what urgent action has been taken to address this concerning matter?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to assist the member for Oropouche East and to recall a sordid element in our history past, I can tell the member that this development is not altogether unprecedented. We have seen that before in Trinidad and Tobago. We've seen it around the world. It's an unfortunate development, but it occurred. And Madam Speaker, the intention of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service regarding the 23 cameras found, they assembled a team to investigate the matter, to gather all the facts, who, when, where, on what authority, if any. It appears none, because TNTech, the agency that they collaborating with, has indicated that it authorized, as is required under law, no one to install cameras on its poles. But the police service has gathered a very powerful team and conducting investigations into the matter. The cybercrime and the social media unit and the research analytical units of the police service have been injected into this to provide the technical assistance. In addition to that, the police are speaking to people, canvassing the views of people in the neighborhoods in order to determine these facts. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, all of it's 23 cameras, they have been seized, and I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the police in that division. It is police officers who observed these objects where they ought not to have been, collaborated with TNTech, clarified that they were unauthorized, and the police in an operation removed every one of 23 of them. And as I indicated, the investigations are seeking to find out if there are others and the other facts pertaining to this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Supplemental. Minister, in light of the theft of police uniforms at the official residence of the Prime Minister, can the Minister confirm whether his ministry, that has responsibility for the installation of CCTV cameras, has undertaken an inventory of the CCTV cameras at key government locations, including the residence of the Prime Minister, the residence of the President, and indeed the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad?
15 seconds to ask the question.
The question is as convoluted as the mind that delivered it. Madam Speaker.
Member, you could refer to the question. I'll ask you to withdraw that other comment. All right, please.
Madam Speaker, in response to the member, I would remind him that it was his government.
Yeah, remember I said the latter part of the question, which is a personal reflection, I'd ask you to withdraw. I withdraw. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the member that it was his government, led by the member for Siparia, who, as soon as they came to government in 2010, dismantled all of the security cameras that we had at the airport that carried the capacity for, and as well at the Prime Minister's residence at the diplomatic center in St. Anne's. And Madam Speaker, there are plenty. On the question of monitoring,
I cancel a friend contract.
Okay, so I think I would like to hear the response of the Minister of National Security to the question posed by the member for Oropouche East.
And criminals have always wanted to monitor the activity of police. In fact, the Parliament record will show, Madam Speaker, very quickly, that a member of parliament sitting in here today, the member for Oropuch East, was being monitored by the police with undercover cars and got a
Point
tip
of
off.
order, 48-6.
The commissioner reported that he got a tip off and aborted his
Just now. Just now.
Minister is talking rubbish.
No,
in
no. Members. You're certainly right that I can't allow what is happening here. So that, Minister of National Security, could you please respond to the question asked?
rather warmly, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I was indicating, the police rather admirably identified the problem. They retrieved 23 illegal cameras, and all of this small talk and brouhaha about 61 and 62, and the police sees monitoring equipment in offices or homes and all of that is completely untrue, and the police investigation continues.
Member for Oropuch.
Very much. Madam Speaker, in light of the pathetic and lethargic response of the Minister on these questions, could I ask the Minister whether or not an independent investigation will take place on this matter, bearing in mind it is national security that has responsibility, not the police, for the installation of CCTV cameras across this country?
Madam Speaker, I have some difficulty in understanding what does the member mean by independent. It is the police that investigates crime in Trinidad and Tobago. In terms of monitoring the national security affairs of Trinidad and Tobago, we also have the SSA, and both the SSA and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service are continuing investigations into this matter.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Public Utilities, in light of recent revelations that CCTV cameras and associated equipment were illegally erected on TNTech poles, will the Minister state whether an investigation has been launched into this matter?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission has advised me that it is collaborating with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service on this illegal installation of cameras on its light pole.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of National Security, with Tobago's 8th murder and relatives of the victim threatening retaliation for her murder, will the Minister state what steps can be taken to prevent any further bloodshed?
Minister of National Security.
Again, I thank you warmly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on information received from the Commissioner of Police, the current murders in the Tobago Division have so far been found to be the result of conflict amongst the extension of criminal gangs and criminal gang activity in Trinidad overflowing into Tobago. The question suggests accurately that we have seen 8 murders so far. The police assessment suggests that 4 are gang-related, 1 as a result of a domestic circumstance, 2 drug-related, and 1 unknown. 1 of the matters have been solved so far, and 2 are awaiting the scientific reports in respect of the DNA samples that would have been garnered from the respective crime scenes. The response of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been to initiate more and more active direct patrols focused on Golden Lane, a hotspot area apparently in Tobago, which is geared towards the seizure of illegal firearms and ammunition and to arrest priority offenders. Focused deterrence is the objective, and the intervention of the Victim and Witness Support Unit to communicate with the bereaved and other families to mitigate against any further violence flowing from the murder made reference to in the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Naparimo.
Minister of National Security, given that when you assumed office on the 19th of April 2021, the murder rate for that year was 5. In 2022, it increased to 10. In 2023, it increased further to 14. Already for the year, we have reached 8. How would you respond to a wide cross-section of citizens who believe that you are a failure and that you are unable to deal with the crime in Tobago?
Member for Naparimo, I rule that question out of order. Member for Naparimo.
Could the minister give the assurance that the measures outlined will result in a reduction on the murder rate in Tobago, which is headed for 20 murders in this year?
Minister of National Security.
If there's any failure here, it must be the member for Naparima. He is on his way out without a serious success to his credit. He failed to remove his leader. She, in fact, succeeded in removing him. He is now deceased, politically deceased, on his way out of this place. But, Madam Speaker, insofar as the murder statistics are concerned in Tobago, as we have said about Trinidad and Tobago, the prevalence of automatic weapons, military-grade weapons, military-grade ammunition, that has contributed substantially as it marries itself to the increasing displays of violence on the part of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. In years past, such violence would have been resolved with fisticuffs and a little bottle and stone. Now they run for a gun, an automatic weapon, and spray the place, putting many more people, including innocent bystanders, at risk. So the situation is that, and therefore, as I alluded to earlier and said, it is a firm aspect of this government's policy to retrieve illegal arms and ammunition from illegal and abusive hands in Trinidad and Tobago. That continues, along with improving our border security capacity, and that alongside making more and more opportunities available to the young people of this country so that they would not have to descend into the abyss of crime and criminality when opportunities for growth, development, and happiness abound. Thank you very much.
These are urgent questions to asked.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Member for Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 7 questions for oral response. We will be answering 6, and we are asking for a 2-week deferral. No, we'll be answering all 7, ma'am, all 7. And there are 2 questions for written response, and we have the answers to both.
Member for Naparimo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 54 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the oil spill impacts to the Atlantic shoreline of the island of Tobago and to the marine environment was caused by a non-propelled tank barge strongly suspected to be the Gulf Stream. The barge Gulf Stream was classed with the American Bureau of Shipping, ABS, until the 31st of December 2018. But after that date, no further registration details were available. It was also noted that it appeared that the vessel has not been reclassed or registered for a number of years. The tug involved in the incident has been identified as the Solo Creed. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard has been working in close collaboration with the Guyana Coast Guard and the Caribbean Community Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, CARICOM Impacts, to assist in identifying the owner of the Solo Creed. Additionally, the Director of the Maritime Services Division has been using that division's resources and relationships, including but not limited to reaching out to various similar divisions in CARICOM, Panama, and Africa, as well as IR Concilium, to identify the vessels and any owners of the vessels involved in and or responsible for the oil spill in Tobago. In this regard, official correspondence was dispatched to Panama and Tanzania seeking any relevant information regarding these two vessels. The Maritime Services Division of the Ministry of Works and Transport was also contacted by a Nigerian lawyer purportedly representing someone he claimed to be the owner of the tug and barge. They are currently, that is the Maritime Shipping Division, scrutinizing the validity of the claims and have initiated inquiries with the Nigerian government. However, Madam Speaker, at this time there is reasonable suspicion related to this particular claim and correspondence. Despite great efforts to date, all of these searches have failed to locate the tug Solo Creed, which has not reactivated its automatic identification system, AIS, since the date of the incident, seemingly having fled the scene, nor led to the discovery of any definitive information regarding the ownership of the barge Gulfstream at the time of the incident. The Maritime Shipping Division has also written to the International Marine Organization for the provision of a consultant to assist with this investigation. They indicated that they're actively engaged in the process of identifying one. It is the intention of the Trinidad and Tobago government to take legal action against the owner of the barge Gulfstream and or the owner of the Solo Creed under the applicable Trinidad and Tobago legislation. At a recent meeting before the International Oil and Pollution Compensation Fund in London, when Trinidad and Tobago made submissions to this body and its members, it became apparent that unfortunately there is a global network of rogue vessels attempting to operate under the law and international obligations, similar to how the Solo Creed and Gulfstream and its owner or owners operated, where it is very difficult to ascertain those legally responsible for the vessels. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the government continues to use its relationships and resources, including an independent satellite provider, to attempt to ascertain the owner or owners of these vessels.
Member for Naparima.
Could the Minister state, after all the information he has presented, is it the taxpayer dollars that will pay for the cleanup of this major oil spill?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as was announced at a press conference last week, I led a delegation of very competent public servants to the IOPC fund where submissions were made, and this fund has accepted the responsibility to pay all of the reasonable claims that will be made. They have also been working with us from day one of the spill, where the central government has taken at every step of the way all of their advice. So what was indicated to us, the decisions are, one, we will have access to the fund, and two, they immediately instructed the director to start paying us for the claims that we are making. So ultimately, the taxpayers will not pay any of the reasonable costs incurred by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. There are other claims that may be made in addition to those.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, as a follow-up, is there any plans in place for the removal of the said barge where it is lodged anytime soon?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes. Right now, what they're doing is they are draining the remaining hydrocarbons from the barge. After that, the next phase will be for the salvage and removal of this vessel from the reef.
Member for Naparima.
Minister, state what steps will be taken to prevent any reoccurrences of such a disastrous event?
Okay, so I now rule that out of order. I've allowed you some latitude with your questions. Member for Naparima, you have another question?
Could the Minister state what costs have been incurred so far and what monies we have received from those who are tasked with refunding us for the cost involved?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, this would be an opportune moment to say that there are two sets of costs that are currently being incurred or have been incurred. One, those costs under the umbrella of the central government, the Ministry of Energy, Energy Industries, and utilizing of service providers that Heritage may have procured, as well as TT Salvage and QT, who are the ones doing the work on the vessel. And then two, there are also the costs that have been incurred by the THA. The THA, we expect to put forward their costs to central government, which will then be looked at by the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy. So those costs I cannot give any estimate on at this stage, but we did indicate to the IOPC fund that that would be forthcoming, and hence the raising of our estimates. Currently, as at the end of April, the cost incurred by the government, we were estimating to come up to about 12 million US, but we expect that to continue as the salvage operations continue, and there's still some cleanup to be done.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on behalf of the member for Princestown, question number 58 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thanks to the honourable member for the questions posed today. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport has scheduled in-house patching program as an interim repair works for the Papara Road. The project for major road rehabilitation will be included within the draft estimates for the expenditure for fiscal 2025. Thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member, question number 59 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a contract has not yet been awarded for the reconstruction of the Princestown No. 1 school. As the honourable member will know, the cost of construction of new schools and or replacement schools, it totals several $1 billion. Accordingly, reconstruction of this school will commence once funds become available and cash flow permits. The project is expected to take approximately 6 months to complete from the date of commencement, and all of the requisite documentation is available and will be used for approvals.
Member for Point-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a follow-up to the Minister, Minister, could you at least give a timeline when you feel funds will be available for the construction or the repairs of this school?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will consult with the Ministry of Finance on this matter, as with all finance matters, and if we are able to get a timeline, then that could be advanced in discussion with the Member of Parliament for the area.
Member for Point-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 66 to the Minister of Energy. No, sorry, question number 65 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Calypso project seeks to develop resources discovered within the northern deepwater area of the eastern coast of Trinidad and Tobago, and more particularly Tobago. These resources were discovered through exploration drilling in blocks 23A and TTDAA 14. Current estimates put the project volume at about 3.5 TCF of gas. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has been actively engaging with Woodside, formerly BHP, during the exploration, assessment, and the current market development phases of the production sharing contracts for these blocks. It should be noted that at no time did these PSCs become inactive. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and by extension the government, has been working continuously and assiduously with Woodside as we aim to secure Trinidad and Tobago's first deepwater development. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries and the government recognizes the importance of this project to the local energy sector and by extension the country as a whole. In this regard, we will continue to work with Woodside and by extension all other operators in the energy sector. As Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, I've always sought to ensure that the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago are protected. The government strives to find the balance between ensuring continued exploration and production of our resources and obtaining the best returns for our citizens. We are actively discussing fiscal and commercial terms to develop the Calypso gas project with Woodside, which, Madam Speaker, includes that I will be meeting with the executives from Woodside in charge of their international operations tomorrow to continue these discussions.
Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 66 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream Energy Operations Company Limited, Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream for short, in accordance with provisions under its gas supply contract with Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited, terminated the said contract in August 2023 due to non-payment of invoices. Over $21 million were owed by Naikwan at that time. In addition, Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream is currently not actively involved in any wind-up petitions against Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited. Proceedings against Naikwan remain sub judice. They have a number of proceedings against Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream, some of which they've discontinued. Finally, the government is currently seeking legal advice to pursue the recovery of all monies owed by Naikwan Energy to Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream and or the government.
Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a follow-up to the Minister, based on what your response, could you state if the Trinidad Upstream Downstream Company owes NGC for the gas that was supplied to Naikwan Energy?
Minister.
Answer is yes, in accordance with the contractual arrangements. Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream purchased gas from NGC, which Naikwan failed to pay Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream for. And in those circumstances, there is money owing to the NGC group of companies, the NGC gas, with respect to this debt that is owed to Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream by Naikwan.
Member for Point of View.
There's a follow-up. Minister, based on your response, when the Trinidad Upstream Company was set up, the gas that was supposed to supply to Naikwan was supposed to come from the minister's share of gas, not from NGC. Could you explain how come NGC is now, Trinidad Upstream is now owed money to NGC for that gas?
Minister.
Thank you very much. It gives me an opportunity to explain to the population, through you, Madam Speaker, minister's share of gas. This concept has been used and, in fact, is being relied on by Naikwan. When you say minister's share of gas, that is something that is negotiated in a production sharing agreement, that there would be some amount of molecules of gas that would be dedicated to the minister. It still has to go through pipelines, it still has to be produced, etc., and there are costs associated with that. Also, traditionally, and it was only changed by this government in renegotiating all of its contracts, every single government before had dedicated and contracted the minister's share of gas to the upstream producers that were utilizing it. What we did when we came in is started to demand with our production sharing contracts that we as the government be allowed through the Minister of Energy to market some of that gas. So the gas that was being used by Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream to be supplied to Naikwan was already contracted gas, and this is why they have run up this bill. Unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream took a decision to protect the taxpayers, its shareholders, by terminating the contract, and will be pursuing Naikwan for that amount.
Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 67 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Dragon Field and Dragon Gas, unfortunately, they're obsessed with. The license for the exploration and exploitation of non-associated gaseous hydrocarbons of the Dragon Field was awarded to Shell Venezuela SA, Shell, and NGC Exploration and Production Limited. NGC Exploration and Production Limited has a minority share in the license, with Shell having the majority share. As required by the license, payments of 1, royalty, 2, a special consideration of 5% of the income obtained from the export of gas from Dragon Field, 3, annual subsurface rental, 4, social contributions of US $1 million per year are required to be paid to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. NGC Exploration and Production Limited has a minority shareholding in this license and will be required to make its share of the above payments in this regard. There was also a signing bonus to be paid in installments, as is normal in exploration and production licenses of this type. The exact terms of such payments are covered by confidentiality due to the competitive nature of the industry. The payments referred to above will only become due, referred to at 1 and 2 above, will only become due when production commences from the Dragon field. Payments relating to 3 and 4 are payable annually from the effective date of the license.
Fair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a follow-up question to the Minister, Minister, based on what you said, that Shell has the majority ownership and Shell has asked about an extension of the OFAC license. Could you state if this government has negotiated an extension of that OFAC license?
Thank you very much again for an opportunity to clarify, which is misinformation in the public sphere. Shell has not requested any extension of the license related to the Dragon field. The OFAC license, which is a specific amended license granted to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, is one that expires at the end of October next year, and Shell was not the applicant nor the holder of that license. Shell executives have confirmed up to a few days ago when I met with the number 2 that they have not made any such request, as was incorrectly reported by a Reuters report. There has been no request by Shell for any 15-year extension. However, what I can tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago is that I continue to be directly in conversations with those in the White House, with those who are responsible for OFAC, etc., as we pursue the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. And at this stage, there is absolutely no indication of anything that will be deleterious to our specific amended license. And they recognize as well that for us to be able to pursue and bring this gas to market, an extension will be necessary. And we don't foresee any difficulties with that.
Chapter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another follow-up question based on the Minister's original response to my question. Minister, you said that payments are to be made, bonus and $1 million. I'm just seeking clarification. Is it at the start of production or before production funds have to be paid to the government of Venezuela?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as is normal with licenses of this type, as I said, there is a signing bonus to be paid in installments. By definition, that means that that time has begun. So that will be paid prior to production in installments. There's some tied to feed and there's some tied to post-feed. There are other payments that are to be made that will only come after production. That's royalty and a special consideration of 5% of the income obtained from the export of gas from the Dragon field. The annual surface rental and social contributions of $1 million per year are to be made now during this period on an annual basis, as is normal with licenses of this type. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, we charge our upstreamers with exploration and production license and production sharing contracts even before they begin exploration and production. Such types of fees that then sponsor scholarships for people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you. Another follow-up to the Minister. Could you state to date how much funds have been paid to the government of Trinidad and Tobago by either through NGC or directly from this government?
Minister.
No funds have been paid to the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 68 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, 32,940 notices of assessment were issued by the Inland Revenue Division for the period January 1st, 2024 to April 2nd, 2024.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, given your acting responsibility on behalf of the Minister of Finance, taking into consideration that the government took a decision for the Board of Inland Revenue to issue notices of assessment up to the 30th of June, 2024, could you inform this House how many notices of assessment are still to be issued?
Sir?
Madam Speaker, I do not have that information with me at this time, but if a question is posed, I'm sure either I or the substantive minister would be able to answer.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Given again the acting responsibility by the member for Aruka Maloney, Minister, are you in any position based on the Minister of Finance having left as acting Prime Minister? Did he leave the information with you as it relates to how many notices of assessment which were issued have been, as the 2nd of April 2024, how many notices have been challenged or queried at the Valuation Division of the Ministry of Finance?
Minister?
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, because the Minister of Finance had to leave to receive other information with regard to his position as acting Prime Minister, he did not leave that information with me. But again, once a substantive question is posed, we will be able to give that answer. Thank you, Madam.
Introduction of bills. The Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 in the name of the Attorney General.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64.1b, I beg to move that the next stage of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 64.1b, I beg your pardon. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, members will note that the T20 World Cup cricket event is being hosted in the United States of America and in 6 CARICOM countries, namely Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in Trinidad and Tobago. We have been coordinating and hard at work around the clock to meet certain deadlines agreed upon by the CARICOM host countries and the ICC in order to successfully manage what is undoubtedly an event of great magnitude and international viewership. Additionally, we have been working closely with our co-CARICOM host countries to harmonize primary and secondary legislation for the T20 World Cup event. The coordination efforts have included national interministerial meetings, regional meetings of attorneys general and ministers of legal affairs, CARICOM meetings of national security and law enforcement, meeting of chiefs of immigration from the 6 CARICOM host countries on matters of immigration, border control and management, and on the passage of this harmonized piece of sunset legislation to facilitate the hosting of this event. The coordination efforts, Madam Speaker, have included many long days and nights by key local, regional, and international officials who have been trying to meet the short deadlines. Let me take this opportunity publicly to thank all who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. Honourable members are advised that all 6 CARICOM host countries are in the process of and attempting to pass sister sunset omnibus legislation within a certain period to achieve temporal and legislative harmony. I can report that all 6 CARICOM countries, host countries that is, have at this time introduced similar omnibus sunset legislation before their parliaments. Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia have passed their legislation, and like us, Guyana and Antigua and Barbuda are in their parliaments this very week. Madam Speaker, I wish to mention that the bill before this House has received minor amendments in the other place, and I will highlight those few amendments later in my presentation. The history and policy behind this legislation, Madam Speaker, begins with Cabinet Minute dated June 16, 2023, when Cabinet agreed to approve the submission of a bid for the hosting of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 in Trinidad and Tobago over the period June 1st to June 30th, 2024. Following the submission of the bid on June 16, 2023, Cricket West Indies, CWI, and the International Cricket Council, ICC, accepted the bid submission and identified Trinidad and Tobago as a host country for the tournament, awarding 4 group stage matches and 1 semi-final match. The agreement for the hosting of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024, that is to say, the host agreement, was executed on the 19th of September 2023. The host agreement contains the terms and conditions for the hosting of this very historic event and deals with, among other things, the protection of commercial rights of the sponsors, control of ambush marketing, matters of security and stadia licenses, and the establishment of the local organizing committee. Members are asked to note that the first special meeting of the Council for National Security and Law Enforcement, CONSLE, and Attorneys General of Men's T20 World Cup 2024 host countries was held in Trinidad and Tobago on March 8, 2024 and March 9th of that very month. CARICOM community host countries recommended at this meeting, among other things, that the Attorneys General of the host countries complete drafts of the necessary pieces of sunset legislation, one of which we are engaged with today. The first special meeting in acknowledging that the CWC 2020 was less than 3 months away agreed that the CARICOM host countries should utilize legislation precedents from the 2007 Cricket World Cup as useful precedents for legislation for 2024. Members will therefore notice that the 2024 bill, while similar to its 2007 precursor act, has been interrogated to ensure that all persons, sponsors and spectators alike are treated fairly. May I remind honourable members and reassure honourable members that this piece of sunset legislation, like its predecessor, the 2007 World Cup Act, must be enacted to give effect to the government's obligations for CWC 2024 T20 World Cup and will automatically expire on the 30th of June after all obligations are fulfilled. Madam Speaker, it is anticipated that this event will be viewed by approximately 2 billion persons virtually. We anticipate thousands of spectators to come to our shores to be physically present to view the matches scheduled to be played here in Trinidad and Tobago, a unique opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean to showcase our countries. In anticipation of the influx of persons, Madam Speaker, to our isles and for ease of travel during the extended specified period, the Honourable Minister of National Security has already signed sunset immigration regulations that will expire after the T20 Cricket World Cup. In that regard, Immigration ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Mutual Recognition of Visas Regulations 2024 were published by legal notice number 69 of 2024 and laid in the other place on the 23rd of April 2024 and in this August House on Friday 26th April 2024. Those regulations are subject to negative resolution of Parliament. The regulations, Madam Speaker, deal with the mutual recognition of visas by CARICOM host countries during the period May 15th to July 15th, 2024. So we have regulations in place that will take effect from tomorrow in relation to the T20 World Cup. Members are asked to note I beg your pardon, on Wednesday, the 15th. Members are asked to note that notwithstanding the mutual recognition of visas, Trinidad and Tobago will retain its sovereign right to refuse entry to any person seeking to enter Trinidad and Tobago if the admission of that person would be contrary to the Immigration Act or the immigration regulations. Members and the wider community are reminded that the group stage matches are to be held from June 12, 2024 to June 17th at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The semi-final match will be held on June 26, 2024 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Warm-up matches will be held at the Queen's Park Oval, while the practice sessions will be held at the Queen's Park Oval, the Sir Frank Warren Memorial Ground at the UWI St. Augustine, and the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Madam Speaker, I wish to state without fear of contradiction that this T20 Men's Cricket World Cup 2024 will be the largest sporting event hosted in the region since 2007 and is intended to achieve the following objectives: high-quality event management to demonstrate indisputably to the world the Caribbean's capacity to successfully plan and execute a world-class event, specifically world-class cricket with supporting facilities. Infrastructure improvement to make permanent improvement to the sporting and general country infrastructure in the Caribbean. Widespread economic opportunity, unique Caribbean promotion, regional integration, enhancing the international popularity of cricket, and premier tourist destination to promote Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean as a premier tourist destination to all of the world's nationalities. Madam Speaker, this event will also serve to establish our country and the region as a sport tourism destination, to advance the process of regional integration, and to enhance the profit and popularity of cricket in the West Indies and throughout the world. There is a local organizing committee which has been established to execute the obligations assigned to us under the agreement for the hosting of CWC 2024 cricket between CWC and Cricket West Indies and the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. That local organizing committee is responsible for providing advice and support to CWI in implementing the event plan, assisting with execution of government guarantees, procuring necessary personnel and expertise required for formulating and implementing the tournament's plans, and liaising with government agencies and other relevant authorities to implement plans and assist with marketing and promotion of the tournament and tournament activities. And that LOC, Local Organization Committee, has been working hand in hand with senior persons within the government responsible for health and safety, disaster management, emergency services, customs and immigration, transport, police and security, communications, telecommunications, satellite and the like, sport, utilities and intelligence. I want to take the opportunity to commend the chair of the LOC, Mr. Douglas Camacho, for doing an excellent job to date, and to congratulate the local organizing committee for their hard work in satisfying their obligations under the hosting agreement. There are many deliverables that will be brought into being under the host agreement and the steps which this government is taking, and I would emphasize that a number of the deliverables have to do with match day preparations, hence the need for this omnibus sunset legislation to create the enabling environment to achieve this goal. Another deliverable which is important is addressed to proximity to medical facilities. The 4 venues chosen for the matches and the practice sessions are all within close proximity to public and private hospitals. Safety and security was another key deliverable. Disaster management, equally another key deliverable. And all of the while ensuring, Madam Speaker, that we put in place a sufficient working operationalization apparatus for the successful accomplishment of this significant event. Madam Speaker, the bill is divided into 6 parts. The first part deals with preliminary matters. The second part deals with CWC 2024 special arrangements. Clause 1 provides for the short title. Clause 2 provides for the interpretation. And may I point out that in the other place, there was an amendment to the definition of dangerous weapons, which has been agreed upon and voted on in the other place and is brought here today. And members will observe that those few amendments which have been passed in the other place are in bold font in the bill which is before the House today. Clause 3 provides for the declaration of any area within the control of this committee or CWI as a CWC 2024 venue. Again, there is an amendment here so that members will observe there will be a public notice in the Gazette and to be published in at least 2 daily newspapers. And may I go on record to thank the effective cooperation and support which we received in the other place from the independent senators of that other place. Clause 4 provides for the CWI to have control of the 2024 stadia during a match period, subject, of course, to the rights of local authorities responsible for public health, disaster management, or national security. Clause 5 empowers the Commissioner of Police to exercise rights of control over traffic arrangements within any match venue and during any match period. This is a replication of the Commissioner of Police's existing general powers to effect road closures on a temporary basis and other orders governing vehicular flow and parking arrangements, which is normally exercised around Carnival time. Clause 6 makes provision for sale and distribution of tickets for CWC 2024 by persons solely authorized by the CWI, and there are penalties in the bill for scalping. Clause 7 is to be read in conjunction with the first schedule, which lists the CARICOM host countries to give effect to the mutual recognition of visas issued by the countries who have agreed to facilitate travel amongst those CARICOM host countries. And the mutual recognition of visas, which I have mentioned earlier, will give effect during the period 15th of May 2024 to 15th of July 2024, so that persons arriving into the Caribbean at any one of those Caribbean host countries will have a single point of entry, and under the mutual recognition of visas can thereafter move freely, subject, of course, to some examination by immigration authorities through the other 5 host countries. Clause 8 provides for the Minister with responsibility for immigration, that is to say our Minister of National Security, to provide with sufficient efficiency and within 7 days of being requested, work permits and approvals and documentary evidence required for same, and shall remain valid and effective until the conclusion of CWC 2024. I pause there to just address a question of concern that was raised in the other place on the 7-day period as to whether that is sufficient time, and to emphasize the point that I emphasized in the other place, that all chief immigration officers have been meeting over the last several months, and it is they who have come up with the confident assertion that they can process immigration requirements within that 7-day period once application is made. Clause 9 seeks to give effect to the obligation of host countries regarding the waiver of import and export duties. And here too, there was an amendment in the other place under Clause 9 to give a sectional definition of the term licensee as used in the clause. Clause 10 provides for exemption of taxes and duties on CWC 2024 tickets. Part 3 of the bill, Madam Speaker, regulates the match venues, CWC 2024 match venues. Clause 11, for instance, prohibits the unauthorized entry into and exit from a stadium. Clause 12 prohibits entry on the playing field and other areas within the stadium as may be indicated. Clause 13 provides for the designation of any area within a CWC 2024 venue for the duration of a match period as either a reserved area or as a reserved seat, and appropriate controls are provided for under that clause. Thank you. Clause 14 seeks to suspend the privileges of members of a stadium with the consent of the owners of the stadium, and I emphasize that. Clause 14 seeks to suspend the privileges of members of a stadium with the consent of the owners of the stadia, so that such privileges as may be suspended will only be done with the full operating consent of the owners of the stadia, and this has been secured. Clause 15 prohibits certain specified conduct of persons within the venues. Clause 16 provides for the prohibition of, or restriction on certain items as specified in the second schedule, dangerous objects, and we recall that that was one of the amendments that I've pointed to that was already provided for under the interpretation clause, the definition of dangerous objects. And I pay tribute to the very useful contributions of the independent members of the other place in producing a very useful definition as amended. Clause 17 provides for the surrender on request of prohibited items or items which may be used in a manner prohibited by the act for which this is the bill. Examples: illegal drugs, fireworks, flares, and explosives. Clause 18 provides for the prohibition of the sale of goods or services in a CWC 2024 venue during a match period. And again, I emphasize, as I did in the other place, that there has been active consultation by the owners of stadia in collaboration with CWC 2024 personnel, with the normal vendors who operate in the location of stadia, so as to ensure that normal vendors are allowed opportunities for sale of their items and will not be prohibited once they fall within the regulatory framework that is being put out. Clause 19 authorizes the taking of photographs of persons who are suspected on reasonable grounds to have committed or been involved in the commission of an offense in a CWC 2024 venue. Clause 20 provides for any person in a CWC 2024 venue who has committed or been involved in the commission of an offense to provide his name and address to a police officer. Madam Speaker, Part 4 of the bill takes into consideration clauses 21 to 26 to make provision for the control of advertising. One of the bill's cornerstone philosophies conserves the protection of commercial rights, a major obligation laid down in our commitment by the hosting agreement. And I will, in due course, dwell a little bit on that when we talk about ambush marketing. Clause 21 prohibits certain advertisements on structures. Clause 22 provides for the prohibition of the use of airspace during a match period over a CWC 2024 venue, but there are, of course, exceptions to that reserved for national security aircraft. Clause 23 provides for the prohibition of certain advertisements that relate to or are connected with CWI that are false or misleading. Clause 24 prohibits the commercial broadcasting, telecasting, recording, or filming of any information relating to a CWC 2024 activity without the approval of CWI. Clause 25 prohibits certain trade practices, and this is what I was going to speak about. It deals with what is known as ambush marketing by an association, as well as ambush marketing by an intrusion. Members of this House may recall ambush marketing as an attempt by persons or companies to claim or infer association, however slight, with an event of which it is not a direct or official sponsor. And an example which comes to light from the former 1996 Pepsi Cricket World Cup was the Nothing Official About It campaign by Pepsi during that 1996 Cricket World Cup, who had stolen the thunder entirely from the official sponsor Coca-Cola in that year in one of the most disruptive moves in ambush marketing history in India. The campaign was regarded as both combative and disruptive and showed cricketers rejecting the official drink of the Cricket World Cup 1996 in favor of the unofficial drink. This is why an ambush marketing clause is very important in order to protect the commercial rights of official sponsors. Clause 26 prohibits the promotional use of CWC 2024 tickets. Part 5 of the bill, Madam Speaker, deals with the protection of CWC 2024 marks, indicia, and images. Clause 27, prohibition for the unauthorized use of a CWC 2024 mark. Clause 28, the prohibition on the infringement of a CWC 2024 mark or any other mark of IBC, WICB, or CWI. Clause 29 seeks to set out the CWC 2024 indicia and images that are not to be used without authorization, and that list is contained in the third schedule. Madam Speaker, Clause 31 seeks to specify that CWI or IBC may license a person to use any one or more of those images. Clause 32 provides for the prohibition of the unlicensed use of CWC 2024 indicia or images. Clause 33 seeks to ensure that the legitimate interests of third parties in the use of CWC 2024 indicia and images are not unreasonably compromised. It provides that the use of mark, indicia, or images for the purpose of or in connection with the provision of information or for the purposes of criticism or review is not of itself an infringement. The provision of factual information, such as reported in the media, is to remain unaffected. In this particular clause, we took very special care to ensure that the fundamental rights of the freedom of the media are not affected by the provisions of this bill. Clause 34 provides for detention of goods that have a CWC 2024 mark or other indicia. Clause 35 obliges the controller to notify CWI or IBC of the detention of goods and to make provision for the application of injunctions. Clause 36 authorizes the controller to release the goods in question where no application for an injunction has been made within a specified time. Clause 38 seeks to preserve pre-existing rights so as to make it clear that existing rights granted under the Trademarks Act or the Industrial Designs Act in relation to CWC 2024 indicia or images or any other protected thing are not affected by the operation of the bill. So, for example, subclause 3 seeks to make it clear that the Act does not apply to and is not intended to apply to the use of a registered business name. Similarly, subclause 4, the Act is not intended to apply or affect the use of the name of an incorporated company where that company or business pre-existed prior to the coming into effect of this legislation, this bill that we are debating today. Madam Speaker, Part 6 of the bill deals with remedies. We will see that Clause 39 allows the court to grant injunctions. Clause 40 provides that it is an offense to publish, not an offense, sorry, that the court may order a person by such means as the court thinks fit, including by broadcast or internet publication, to publish corrective advertisements if it is satisfied that the person has contravened the provisions respecting the use of marks, indicia, or images. Clause 41 provides for damages to be recoverable by action in court. Clause 42 for an order by the court granting relief by way of an account of profits. Clause 43 to provide limitations on claiming both recovery by way of loss or damages and the damages based on an account of profits. Clause 44 provides for the destruction or delivery of the goods by order of the court. Clause 45 for any other remedy that may be provided by the law. And Clause 46 allows for the making of regulations and the amendments of the schedules to this bill by order of the minister with responsibility for sport, of course, by way of negative resolution. Clause 47 provides that the Act is to bind the state, and Clause 48 would provide for the expiry of the Act on June 30th, 2024. Madam Speaker, Cricket World Cup 2024 will be the largest sporting event, as I've said, hosted in this region since 2007. It will demonstrate indisputably to the world our capacity to successfully plan and execute a world-class event, and will promote Trinidad and Tobago and the region as a whole as a premier tourist destination for all of the world's nationalities. Madam Speaker, the mutual recognition of visas will allow for integration and movement among our fellow CARICOM host countries, and it is my hope that it is provided, even as we meet at the CARICOM level, to create the larger single domestic space, free movement of CARICOM nationals, that this piece of legislation will set the precedent for the greater example that we are at the moment discussing among attorneys general for the free movement of CARICOM nationals. The single domestic space under this legislation will allow for free movement of CARICOM nationals and visitors to our shores amongst the 6 countries of the CARICOM region during the currency of this T20 Cricket World Cup. And it is my hope that it is one more step in the right direction to bring us together as a region, as well as enhancing the profitability and popularity of West Indies cricket throughout the world. Madam Speaker, in all of the circumstances, I ask members of this House to vote wisely today, to debate rationally, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the recognition this afternoon in this August chamber as we debate an act to make provisions for the efficient and effective staging of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024 and for related purposes. Madam Speaker, I could speak for us on this side. Many of us are cricket fans on this side. For many years, a member for Siparia will be hosting a one-day cricket tournament. My colleague to the right of me, member for Chaguanas West, will have his cricket clinic every August. So we are very keen supporters of cricket and of cricket in general, of this T20 World Cup. I think it is only fitting that the Bob Marley tuners, I don't like cricket, I love it here, that is the tune of the members on the side. So, Madam Speaker, I know that members opposite, I'm not sure whether they love cricket as we do, but I know for certain they have become they've become very close to former cricketers, and I know that they are courting a former cricketer to be the candidate for Muruga Tableland at the next general elections. And I think the member for Arima can confirm or deny that, but that is something, a matter for another day. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that is very close and dear to us on this side, and the hosting of this World Cup is not something that we are generally, the bill before us is something that we are generally have objections to. There are, however, certain provisions in which we would like to draw to the attention of those opposite for their active consideration and for them to take note as we move towards this very important aspect of the Cricket World Cup in the West Indies from June 1st to June 30th, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will do so by perusing different clauses in the bill before us this afternoon. And when you go to Clause 3, Madam Speaker, it speaks about the declaration of a CWC 2024 venue and match period. And the method by which this will be done, Madam Speaker, is for the Minister to publish in the Gazette and also in at least one daily newspaper. Madam Speaker, many of us and many of the persons who may be affected by this particular declaration will not necessarily have access to the Gazette or may not be reading the newspaper of that particular choice by the government. So I'm asking, Madam Speaker, there must be a way by which we could have this information available to those in the public so that they can have the dissemination of information of what is considered a CWC 2024 venue and a match period. It could be brought to their attention in a much more readily available manner, Madam Speaker. So I'll probably ask that if the government, via, a lot of people are using Facebook and other social media sites as compared to reading newspaper or looking at the Gazette, whether that can be considered by the government in publishing the venues as well as the match period for those members of the public, especially our traveling public and members who live close to the Brian Lara Stadium, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have known that we were
put this package in place according to the Honorable Attorney General since the 16th of June 2023. We knew that what we bid for, and we knew that this is the package that we wanted. Madam Speaker, we are not certain whether there have been any traffic plans have been developed, whether any evacuation plans have been developed for the particular area, so that persons within the close vicinity of the Brian Lara Stadium will have some degree of understanding as to what will take place on the match day and if there's an emergency, Madam Speaker. We don't have to put the final version out now, but nothing stopped the government prior to now to introduce the proposed emergency plans, the proposed traffic plans, because the Brian Lara Stadium, outside of hosting a lot of events around Carnival, has been used to an extent for some T20 games in the past. So we know, for example, what is the traffic management plan and what exists prior for those events, so that we could have at least published those in anticipation of the 2024 World Cup, Madam Speaker. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I see that subsection 3 of the same clause 3, it says, may include areas that are to be used for a purpose ancillary to the hosting of a CWC 2024 activity. And it can also include, Madam Speaker, 2 or more non-contiguous areas. Madam Speaker, that creates a degree of uncertainty for our members. For example, we are saying that we are going to use, at present, the local organizing committee is saying that we are going to use the Brian Lara for the matches. We're going to use Queen's Park, as well as Surf Frank Worrell Field at the university, together with the Diego Martin facility. What about if for some reason they decide to use the Balmain Cricket Center? And someone in the vicinity of the Balmain Cricket Center, which is also one of the better facilities in Trinidad and Tobago, let's say, for example, they want to use that and somebody has an activity or some event that is close in either in time or when that ancillary activity is being held. What will happen to their activity should that take place? It is a degree of uncertainty for many members of the public, and we ask that the government consider if those activities and those areas can be highlighted now so that persons will have some degree of assurance and some degree of, Madam Speaker, certainty as to what and when activities are taking place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you go to Section 4, according to the explanatory note, it says that it deals with public health, disaster management, and or national security issues, Madam Speaker. And what is most peculiar, Madam Speaker, is that there was actually a threat made to the Caribbean nations for the T20 World Cup. And according to this Fox News Sports on May 7, 2024, it indicated that Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, confirmed security agencies are aware of a potential threat to the next month's T20 World Cup. Most, peculiar as well, Madam Speaker, Dr. Rowley indicated that in order to ameliorate these dangers, we at the local and regional levels have remained alert to many threats and singly or together have our intelligence and other security agencies working to protect the population in countries at venues throughout the tournament. Madam Speaker, I am not too sure of what it is that Dr. Rowley speaks about in terms of the nations working singularly or all together to have intelligence and other security agencies to protect the countries. The only time I've known that the security agencies in the Caribbean have worked together is a matter involving a certain individual that took place in Barbados. I'm not sure that they are working together to actively deal with any security threat that may or may not occur by this threat, which was placed on the Caribbean nations, Madam Speaker. Additionally, I don't think that, coming out of the news for the last couple of days, wherein certain revelations with respect to criminals that are spying on police stations will cause much amelioration of the fears of those at the ICC or other persons willing to visit Trinidad and Tobago for these games. So, Madam Speaker, the threats are real. I know that, the Bayesian government has introduced legislation to back a robust security for the World Cup, and they have done so since the 24th of April, Madam Speaker. And we have not done anything near towards alleviating and or ameliorating the dangers that we may face in this World Cup with this threat that is looming over the Caribbean nations. Madam Speaker, I move to Clause 5. And again, when you look at the traffic control and deliverables, this deals with the Commissioner in relation to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, regulate and prohibit the making of deliveries within any CWC 2024 venues. Madam Speaker, we know what the venue is. Why can't we have a plan now? I don't think the government needs this bill to be passed today for a plan or a proposed plan to be there for the staging of this World Cup. Madam Speaker, is it a 1 mile radius? Is it a 2 miles radius? Is it a 3 mile radius? When will we know that? I hope the Honourable Minister who comes after can give some indication as to what is the radius within the Brian Lara Stadium for wherein it will be declared a CWC venue. Because these businesses around that area, they need to know. What about if I have a grocery located within close to the Brian Lara Stadium, and by this declaration here, I cannot take deliveries, and I cannot, and other things. I cannot have people visit my premises, visit my establishment. We have the Palmyra Junction right there as well. A lot of business activity takes place there. Williamsville side. Madam Speaker, those are things I think need to develop very early because we are on the 23rd hour to the World Cup. And the faster the government can lay its plan, at least for the general public to know, and for those particularly within the Brian Lara Stadium, it will be of great assistance to them, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, saying that on one side, I want to also make the point that based on the games I've seen, and I've taken a photo of some of the prices going out for the T20 World Cup in terms of the party stand, because a lot of our members, they also visit, a lot of members visit the party stand. And these are the kind of prices that we have for the party stand. For West Indies versus New Zealand on the 12th of June, $150. This is, I think, is US. $150 US. Right? Afghanistan versus PNG, $25. New Zealand versus Uganda, $100. New Zealand versus PNG, $25. That gives some kind of indication to me, Madam Speaker, as to the crowd that's going to be at the Brian Lara Stadium. Because if you have an event, in one instance it's $150, and the next one is $25, you can generally tell that the event, or the next day on the 13th of June, the event for $25 will generally attract little or no supporters or no keen interest at that event. So, Madam Speaker, I think that, just like in 2007, and the Attorney General rightly said, this is the next big event after 2007 that we have in the Caribbean that we can boast about. And what can Trinidad boast about? In 2007, we went for the Brong package. Many of you remember that. At that time, then Prime Minister, Mr. Manning, he was touting himself as the father of the Caribbean of some sort, and he went for the Brong package. Now, almost 20 years later, we go on for the S package. We get the very short end of the stick, Madam Speaker. Very short end of the stick. Again, we are not serious. The government, the PNM government, is not serious about cricket and about, hosting these events. Had they been so keen, Madam Speaker, we would have at least make a bid for a better package, as of Barbados, like Barbados did, because we have the capacity. We have the capacity. Don't mind the capacity cost us $1.5 billion. We now have the capacity of the Brian Lara Stadium. They built the Diego Martin Stadium. We have the world famous Queen's Park Queen's Park Oval. We have the world-famous Queen's Park Oval. That has had, many West Indian cricketers, formidable West Indian cricketers, participating and were members of the Queen's Park Cricket Club. So, Madam Speaker, again, I think that, we have gotten the short end of the stick, something that I personally have a problem with as it relates to us showing our keen interest in the hosting of these events, Madam Speaker. When you look at Clause 5, 1A, B, and C, to some extent, some persons may say that, it affects your enjoyment of your property, especially if we are unable, if you give me reasonable notice, Madam Speaker, that, hey, they're going to have the Cricket World Cup. On these days, you cannot have these activities taking place at your business premises or at your home. Generally, people will accept that. But now at the 23rd hour, we are not sure of what is the traffic controls and deliverables within the cricket venue. And we are asking, and we are imposing restrictions relating to stopping parking of vehicles within a venue. Because remember, the CWC 2024 venue is not just the venue itself. It's the ancillary around the venue. And again, we have not known at this time whether it's a 1 mile, 2 mile, or 3 mile radius, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the concerns with respect to Clause 5. With respect to Clause 6, Madam Speaker, this speaks about the sale and distribution of the CWC 2024 tickets. And it prohibits the resale of tickets. And I think the aim here is to prevent scalpers from charging exorbitant fees for tickets who purchase beforehand and go on site and try to resell. But, Madam Speaker, what provisions are we making for those who, let's say, for example, one person or a family may have purchased 5 tickets for everybody to go, and there's some tragedy within the family, and none of them cannot go. So they give me their tickets, and I'm going on site there to sell these tickets. I would be liable in contravention of this to a fine of $60,000, Madam Speaker. $60,000. It's right here, Section 6.4. So what are the provisions made for that? I'm suggesting maybe a website of some sort, a hotline number of some sort be set up so that persons can notify. They can notify CWC or the LOC that there is a certain tragedy within my family, or there are certain reasons I cannot no longer attend. It could be work commitments. It could be anything. But they can no longer attend, and therefore I have this ticket available, which I'm going to hand over to somebody to sell. You can identify the person if so requires, and this is the ticket number, and the person can then resell the ticket. Outside of that, if somebody gives me a ticket when I'm going there, I'm thinking about a $60,000 fine, because this is the fine for the reselling of the CWC 2024 tickets, Madam Speaker. So what I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, is just be some reporting mechanism which will allow for someone to be notified that there's an issue that I cannot attend, and therefore I want to resell my ticket. Or create a platform by which reselling of tickets can take place. It's easy. It's transparent. You put it up online. This is the official site. This person wants to sell back their tickets, and somebody purchases it online. Click of a button, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the things I think will assist and not have us tied up with or having a summary conviction of $60,000. So, Madam Speaker, those are my points with respect to Clause 7. With respect to Clause 8, I think the Minister addressed that, and one of the points, about the barrage of requests that the Chief Immigration Officer may incur within a 7-day period, and whether we're increasing staff or whether what will happen to regular requests, whether these CWC, the Cricket World Cup requests will take priority over regular requests. And that's some of the points I wish to raise with respect to Clause 8. With respect to Clause 9, my concern is how will the customs official know that a particular item listed here is in connection with the T20 World Cup, because these are everyday effects. You have personal effects, food supplements and beverages, something that comes through the port or ports regularly. Medical supplies, medical instrument and pharmaceuticals. I mean, everything listed here, Madam Speaker, are everyday items which are imported into this country on a daily basis. How would the customs official know which items are specifically for the T20 World Cup, Madam Speaker, right? And are there going to be issued some sort of certification? So, for example, I am representing a particular team, or I'm the agent for that particular team. Am I granted a license or certificate of some sort so that when I bring these items, the customs official will know that this is in connection with the T20 World Cup? I read some of the comments from the other place, and one particular senator indicated, Trinidad are a lot of smart men and smart women, and whether we are opening the door for some of these items to come through our doors without taxes, because we are exempting these items, Madam Speaker, from any tax into Trinidad and Tobago. So, so that is some of the considerations that I would like to put before this August chamber in respect of Clause 9. Madam Speaker, when you look at Clause 10, it deals with the exemption and tax and duties of the designated persons. And in the definition, the designated persons include the members of the ICC, CWC, and so forth. So generally, the majority of the financials, my point here, Madam Speaker, is that the majority of financial returns will accrue to foreigners, because those who come here will take tax-free income and leave our shores. It's a classic case of the ICC using their superior power via this government was rubber stamp their regulations to hit the citizens of this country for 6. It's a classic case of that. And Madam Speaker, when we have to pay land tax and online tax and this tax and that, those other kinds of taxes, these people are taking their income tax-free. I think that is something that is of concern to me. Madam Speaker, I promise my stay at the crease will be very short today, but there's just a couple other things which I'd like to bring to your attention before I leave. Madam Speaker, and it has to deal with, and one of the other things is it has to do with Clause 16 and the possession of certain items, one in particular being musical items, because, Madam Speaker, we have our own cultural and diverse traditional expression. And when we visit our games, whether it be football or cricket and so forth, Madam Speaker, there are certain instruments which are loudly displayed as part of our tradition of Trinidad and Tobago. One in particular will be the steel pan, the other will be the tassa drums and so forth. But those things cannot necessarily fit under my seat. And therefore, and then you have the rhythm section, Madam Speaker. So, what provisions are made for persons carrying these items? Is it that they have to repurpose it for the purpose of attending a game? I mean, Madam Speaker, it just does not make logical sense in respect of limiting our cultural diversity and the way in which we celebrate and enjoy our cricket and our sporting event, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one particular difficulty I have in respect of Clause 17, and when you look at Clause 17, it talks about surrender of prohibited items. Madam Speaker, 17.5, it reads as follows, and I want the opportunity to read just one line into the Hansard. It says, the ICC or CWI shall be liable for compensation for any loss or damage occasioned by the surrender of an item under the section. So if I bring an item, I just use my pen here. I use an item and I surrender this item to the ICC official or the police, whoever, and there is loss occasion. There's some loss. Let's say, for example, this pen explodes and it soils the suit of an official, and they want to claim compensation. The fact that I am the surrender of this item, I will be liable. But you are the one who took the item away from me. What guarantee there is, Madam Speaker, that when you take the item from me, that you didn't handle it properly, that you didn't mismanage it in some form or fashion to cause the damage? So I have a difficulty with that, Madam Speaker, is that because I am not the one who willfully surrender the item. You are telling me that I must surrender this item, and when I surrender this item, if there's any loss occasioned by this item, I am then liable. Something is drastically wrong with that, Madam Speaker, and it's something that I want the government and whoever is responding after to tell us what is, what can be done to deal with this issue in terms of when I surrender an item and there's any loss occasion, that I am then not liable for acts that you may do on this item, Madam Speaker. And what happens, Madam Speaker, if there's damage to my item? I saw somewhere that someone can take photographs of the spectators and so forth. The CWI officials and other officials can take photographs of persons and keep it for 7 days. But what about when I transfer an item to you that you made me surrender and is damaging your care? What is there for me? Can I also hold you liable for compensation? And what is so basically, what is the redress that I have for an item which was damaged in your possession, Madam Speaker? As we move on to Clause 18, Madam Speaker, it deals with the sale of goods or services, and really the prohibition of goods and or services. Now, what provisions are there for the regular small man that we will go in our events, our cricket and our football and so forth, to apply for a permit? Because, Madam Speaker, only those who have a permit are allowed to sell. So let's use the nutsman, for example, Madam Speaker. Is there a regulation? Is there some form of document now that I can point the nutsman to so that he can be registered with the CWI or be a vendor on that day or for those matches? I do not know. Maybe members can help. But I do not know, right? What is the process to apply? Where can I find it, right? We are seeing that, and these are all entrepreneurs. These are also that contribute, to our experience at our games. And if they are absent, I will be surprised that anybody can enjoy it as much as they do. So they will normally take advantage of the economic activity out there, Madam Speaker, when it comes to these games, because these are, individuals who are not, well off, but who are trying to make an honest and good living, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, when you look at Clause 19, this is where the persons are authorized to take photographs of activities which they consider to be in contravention of some contravention, it says, Madam Speaker, of some illegal act and so forth. Madam Speaker, when we look at Clause 29, this is basically deals with the use and infringement on the mark and indicia. Madam Speaker, we do not know what these marks
Member
are.
for Caroni Central, you have 3 more minutes of original speaking time left. You're entitled to 15 minutes extended time to complete your contribution if you so wish.
I'll avail myself, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, and as I was saying, respected Clause 29, which deals with the marks and the indicia of the images. Madam Speaker, I do not know what these marks are. We are a couple of days away from the World Cup. Now, I see that there's a schedule here, part 1, it says Cricket World Cup, CWC. In the version that I printed, there's no mark. So I still do not know what the marks are. And I do not know that is a secret. So let's put it out there and indicate to the public, these are marks, and any mark which have not been patented or trademarked before this date will be an infringement upon this act or an infringement towards the CWC 2024 Cricket World Cup. We need to know that. I don't know of any member who knows what the official mark is or in this year. Good. So look, we've seen something coming out there, but I have not seen anything. Right? So it should actually be in the schedule. All the schedule have here is just some it says Cricket World Cup, CWC West Indies, World Cup Cricket. That is what it says. There's no mark here to say, okay, this is in contravention, or these are the official marks of the Cricket World Cup. So, Madam Speaker, with the couple minutes I have left, I want to indicate to you that, and indicate to this August chamber, that the government, when they spoke in the budget last year, Madam Speaker, and I know it's not about the budget, but it's about the Special Sporting Commission. They spoke about a special sporting commission, which will deal with, at that time, they indicated, will deal with the World Cup that is happening next year. Remember, this is last year's budget, which is 2020, October 2023. So that there will be a special sporting commission to oversee the funding for events and to incorporate schools and communities into a structure for its growth in sports. But they are notably absent from any involvement in this Cricket World Cup. When is this special sporting commission going to be set up, Madam Speaker? We have not heard about that. We hear about a local organizing committee. And so basically, when is this going to set up, as promised? And are they going to be playing any part in this Cricket World Cup, such as a major event, or just another example of the government misleading the public, Madam Speaker, in time for budget? Madam Speaker, we have not been told about the revenue that this tournament will generate. And it's a benefit, it's a benefit. Tell us, what is the estimated revenue? What is the secret? There's no secret. Tell us what is the expected visitor arrival, how much we expect, what is the revenue to be generated. Tell us, right? In the budget last year, the government allocated $21.8 million to renovate this fairly new facility. Madam Speaker, we must not forget, and this country must not forget, that it costs approximately $135,000 per seat at the Brian Lara Stadium, when it's $5,000 to $6,000 per seat elsewhere in the Caribbean for facilities built around the same time. It's almost $120-something thousand more US per seat. We must not forget that. And they have allocated $21.8 million additionally to renovate this fairly new facility in time for the 2024 World Cup. However, the government has yet to say how much revenue is going to be generated from this event, whether it's greater than $21.8 million that we are going to use and spend to renovate this facility. The Minister of Finance, I know he's maybe struggling with respect to questions about revenue, but maybe the Minister of Sports can tell us, based on the deal negotiated, in respect of, not deal in that manner, we can respect of the package, negotiate. What are we about to expect and earn in respect of hosting this tournament? Because truth of the matter is that when this tournament was announced, it was meant for a good deal for the United States and the sports of cricket, as it serves to promote the growth and development of cricket in the United States, with the Caribbean receiving the smaller slice. And we are really seeing this with the allocation of the games within the Caribbean, that the negotiations weren't best for Trinidad and Tobago. We continue to receive, at that time it was the letter B, now it's the letter S package for this World Cup. So there is question to be answered as to whether the spending of this $21.8 million to renovate a new stadium to host this tournament was a wise one from this government. And everyone is watching when it comes to what is taking place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just before I end, I would like to remind this House that, it was, I want to say Senator, because Senator Tim Gopi Singh, who represented this country, he represented the Prime Minister at the regional talks, I believe it was in 2013, and there were significant strides in the development of cricket with his input. I want to say Senator Gopi Singh, many may not know, but he was a former opening bowler for Trinidad and Tobago and a former Queen's Park member and player, Madam Speaker. He was quite formidable in his days, Madam Speaker, as he is now in the Senate. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to present some points in respect of this bill engaging the attention of this House and for the government to consider some of the recommendations made on this side for the improving of the bill. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity, of course, to add my support to this ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup bill as Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and of course, Acting Minister of Sports and Community Development. Madam Speaker, I don't propose to be too long because we have debated this type of legislation already back in 2006. But the purpose of this bill, as was the purpose in 2006, is to allow for the government of Trinidad and Tobago to better and more effectively carry out its obligations under the hosting agreement. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the honourable member. Very early on in his presentation, he indicated that he was in support of this legislation, and he asked some questions which will be answered. But we are excited. Next month, in the month of June, of course, cricket lovers and fans everywhere will turn their focus to the West Indies, to the Caribbean, to Trinidad and Tobago, as we host another Cricket World Cup. And it, as was said, will be the largest sporting event to be held since 2007. Madam Speaker, let me turn very quickly to answer some of the questions that the Honourable Member for Caroni Central asked in his presentation. He asked about vendors, and rightly so. But perhaps he missed, and I'm holding in my hand an advertisement calling all vendors, and this advertisement is put out by the ICC, calling all vendors to secure your spot at the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup for 2024 matches in Trinidad. It identifies the match dates, it identifies the email address by which you express your interest, and it asks you to indicate, the country of interest, business name, contact person, contact number, and so on. So, Madam Speaker, vendors are taken care of. The nutsman can apply. The person selling pepperoni can apply. And there is a process by which they make the application. This thing is well planned out, Madam Speaker, and we expect that it be well executed under this People's National Movement government. Madam Speaker, he went on to speak about Clause 3, and I'm not certain that he read Clause 3 carefully. But Clause 3 actually says, and I quote, in 3.1, the Minister, after consultation with the committee, may by public notice publish in the Gazette and in at least 2 newspapers in daily circulation in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the usual prescription for the publication of notices. So it will be published in at least 2 daily newspapers, and of course, the digital format will also be used to publish these notices. The member spoke about whether or not these Cricket World Cup venues can be highlighted now. They have been highlighted. We know where the main stadium will be, the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the Queen's Park Oval, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, and as well in the Brian Lara Cricket Stadium. We know where they will be. This is already known, and once this legislation is proclaimed, then it will be published in the prescribed way. What is the radius of the Brian Lara Stadium, or what is the radius of the Cricket World Cup venue? And whether private owners will be affected. Madam Speaker, if you examine Clause 3 all the way to the end, you would notice that it says the minister, after consultation with the committee, and the committee here being the local organizing committee, may by public notice declare any area within the control of the committee or Cricket West Indies or both. So one of the questions you ask is, well, how does this area come within the control? It's two ways. Either it is owned or controlled by the government, and the government has ceded control to the committee, the local organizing committee, or the CWI, or in the case of private property, only with the consent of the owner. So the persons, private property owners, are not going to be affected. An area cannot be designated a Cricket World Cup venue without the consent of private property owner. Madam Speaker, this 2024 Men's T20 Cricket World Cup will be co-hosted by the West Indies and the United States at 9 venues, 6 in the Caribbean, that is Trinidad, Barbados, Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Guyana, and 3 in the United States, in the states of Florida, Texas, and New York. This format is different from the 2022 format in that it has been expanded from the 16 teams to now 20 teams. And this is as a consequence of the growing popularity of the sport, especially in the United States and Canada. As the Attorney General had indicated, in June of last year, Cabinet approved our bid to host a group package of 4 group stage games, including a West Indies game, as well as 1 semi-final, and that bid was accepted. In September 2023, the hosting agreement was signed between Cricket West Indies and the government. And this agreement sets out entirely the terms and conditions and obligations of the parties relative to the hosting of the Cricket World Cup, and touches on the areas of the creation of the local organizing committee, traffic management, safety and security, disaster preparedness, commercial rights, immigration, intellectual property rights, and taxes, among other things that are now before us in the legislation. But, Madam Speaker, let me make one thing absolutely clear. Notwithstanding the legislation being before us today for passage, with the support, of course, as they have indicated on their side, the matters within the hosting agreement by the local organizing committee, since they have been assembled in December of 2023, many of those matters have already been done and have already been settled. With respect to destination marketing, Tourism Trinidad has already been ensuring the placement of in-stadia advertising in accordance with the ICC standards. Tourism Trinidad, they're booking ad space on the ICC's broadcast partners to be broadcast to diaspora clusters across the globe. They have been embarking on digital destination marketing campaigns on platforms such as Facebook, Google, Instagram, and Spotify. And they have already created a dedicated landing page for all of those visitors who intend to come here, specifically for the Cricket World Cup. In terms of other deliverables, Madam Speaker, the local organizing committee was assembled, began its work. There have been a number of meetings since December 2023. The LOC is chaired by Mr. Azim Basarath, as well as Mr. Douglas Camacho. And it includes representatives from several government agencies, such as the Ministry of National Security and its agencies, the Police Service, the Defense Force, Fire, Office of Disaster Preparedness, the Ministry of Sport and Sport TT, Ministry of Tourism and the Tobago Tourism Agency, as well as Tourism Trinidad, the Ministry of Works and its agencies, the Ministry of Health, Customs and Excise, Immigration, Swissport, EMA, UDICOT, and the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And to answer my friend from Caroni Central, the LOC has already finalized, as I am advised, a comprehensive national security plan. The LOC has finalized a health and safety plan. They have finalized a traffic management plan, including a park and ride system, arrival and departure, logistical plans for teams and officials, venue operations plans, and a marketing plan for promoting the tournament. And all of these deliverables with a view to achieving a seamless execution of the tournament with the best possible experience for all concerned, players, patrons, coaches, the media, and ensuring at the same time that citizens' daily routines are not unduly affected. With respect to the economic development, one of the key policy objectives, Madam Speaker, in the hosting of the Cricket World Cup is the widespread economic opportunity for all. With respect to visitors, we have estimated and we expect to receive between 10 to 20,000 visitors here for the Cricketing World Cup during the month of June. And therefore, if we estimate that the average spend at a conservative $1,500 per person, we estimate conservatively that visitor spend would be approximately 150 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. And this is just visitor spend. This does not consider corporate local spend, nor does it consider locals spending during the event. And this, Madam Speaker, creates the usual economic stimulation that is associated with these types of tourism events. There will be direct and indirect earning opportunities across various sectors, including transportation, tour guiding, tour operators, bar, restaurant owners, street food vendors, and of course temporary employment to meet with the increased demand for services. So in total, Madam Speaker, we estimate that this sporting event could be estimated around $200 million conservatively, and that of course would benefit our economy. Madam Speaker, we dealt with clause 3 of the bill, and it shows how a venue could be so declared and so designated. Clause 4, of course, once it is so designated and once the stadia license has been signed, the CWI, Cricket West Indies, shall, for the duration of the match period, have full and unrestricted control of such a venue. It speaks to the traffic control for deliveries and overall traffic management in Clause 5. It treats with scalpers, and I'd answer the member for Caroni Central. Generally, with these types of tickets are non-refundable, unless, of course, there is rain, no ball is bowled, the match has to be cancelled, but tickets generally are non-refundable. So there is absolutely no reason to resell. And this Clause 6 prohibits that type of reselling and prohibits scalpers. The Attorney General dealt with the recognition of visas, the mutual recognition of visas, so that where a visitor enters into the CARICOM region and a person is required to get a visa for one Caribbean territory, and a similar visa is required in Trinidad and Tobago, they don't have to apply for another visa. Trinidad and Tobago, by the immigration regulations, will recognize the visa granted by that other CARICOM territory. It treats with work permits, Madam Speaker, and it places some time limits on the Immigration Division to grant a work permit. Once the applicant complies with all the requirements, it places the obligation to grant that work permit within 7 days of being requested. Import and export duties. Madam Speaker, I expect that regulations will be laid that treat with how persons get these items imported, exempted from duties, both coming in and going out of the country. Madam Speaker, Part 3 deals with conduct in a CWC venue, and that is clear. And Part 4 deals with certain advertising arrangements. Madam Speaker, there isn't much more that my friend has raised. With respect to limiting cultural diversity, Madam Speaker, the restriction or the prohibition of having musical instruments that cannot fit underneath your seat, that is a health and safety issue. But the member has, in his presentation, described certain party stands. Apart from party stands, there will also be fan parks within the Cricket World Cup venues and outside of Cricket World Cup venues, inside the stadia and outside of the stadia. And our culture will be on full display within the party stand and within those designated areas once it does not affect health and safety concerns. With respect to the special indicia and marks, well, Madam Speaker, those are in the public domain and have been for quite some time. And I expect that those special trademarks will be listed on the IP register here in Trinidad and Tobago. So those are not anything to be concerned with. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I would be brief. And in conclusion, we are faced with the excitement of hosting yet another major sporting event, the largest since the 2007 Cricket World Cup, and we will certainly grasp all of those opportunities before us. We will demonstrate yet again our capacity to successfully plan, execute, and host a world-class event in Trinidad and Tobago as a leading sport tourism destination. We will expose the beauty of Trinidad and Tobago's landscape, culture, attractions, and festivals with massive visibility provided through this tournament. Madam Speaker, in 2022, there were approximately 3 billion views when the World Cup was held in Australia. And the last Cricketing World Cup held, which was an ODI Cricket World Cup held in India, broke all records with approximately 6.5 billion views worldwide. Those present tremendous opportunities for us here in Trinidad to advertise and display all that we have to offer. So I excitedly await this Cricketing World Cup. I wish the West Indies all the very best. And Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. And of course, I welcome the support from the other side. Thank you very much.
South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, as I join this debate here this evening. And having listened to the Attorney General and the Minister of Sport, well, the Acting Minister of Sport and the Substantive Minister for Tourism, they have really not put any runs on the board that can really convince the population of the country. If you listen to them, they were lackluster, they were pedestrian. Anybody looking on at this debate will not be convinced to go to the Brian Lara Stadium because they have really not done it with a sense of passion and a sense of fervor as it relates to how we look at cricket and how we play the game. I I see the acting Prime Minister is a bit animated. I hope that he's animating and dealing with the Auditor General as how he wants to focus his attention on me here this evening. Madam Speaker, this is, and it has been established by my colleague and the two government speakers as it relates to the context of this particular piece of legislation and this 2024 World Cup, T20 World Cup, being the 9th edition of the World Cup, and it will be co-hosted by the West Indies and, of course, the United States. There will be 55 matches, and it is the first ICC World Cup tournament to feature matches to be played in the United States. And, of course, cricket fans will know that it will be contested by a record 20 teams, the top 8 teams from the last T20 World Cup in 2022, and they are Australia, England, India, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Pakistan, South Africa, and Sri Lanka. And of course, in the context of the region, it will be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, the Kensington Oval in Barbados, Providence Stadium in Guyana, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in St. Lucia, and the St. Vincent Grenadines, the Annersville Cricket Ground, and of course, in our very own Trinidad and Tobago, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Oh. And we in the Minister of Health, you pay attention to the neonatal deaths in the country. And all right. And stop planting gas. And because I will focus on what I have to do on behalf of the opposition in this parliament. And we in the United National Congress, we in the opposition, would want to extend a very warm welcome and a cordial welcome to all of the competing teams, their respective managers, coaching staff, the technical staff, captains, players, fans, and supporters. And in the context of the International Cricket Council's executive management, umpires, match referees, and so on, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, it is important just to highlight or just to seek clarification or make some points in the context of the legislation that is before us. Because at the end of the day, I will not give them the room or the opportunity to stand and say or indicate that the opposition, the United National Congress, doesn't have a sense of patriotism. We don't understand of the passion for cricket and so on. I want to put on record that the United National Congress is in full support of the T20 competition being hosted in the region. But we have a responsibility because, you see, Madam Speaker, recently, Trinidad and Tobago hosted a Cricket World Cup, or not a Cricket World Cup, but a CARICOM Cricket Symposium, which brought about stakeholders in the region to Trinidad and Tobago between the 19th of April and the 20th of April 2024. And at this Cricket Symposium, which the theme was it was between, the 25th to the 26th of April, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago hosted the CARICOM Regional Cricket Conference under the broad theme of reinvigorating West Indies cricket, a collaborative and strategic direction, and so on. And the President of Guyana made a statement, and he explained that the symposium will put on the spotlight on the business of cricket. And I quote, a symposium dealing not only with cricket as a sport, but the business of cricket, and ensuring that the region remains a viable place for the business of cricket, and that we are not pushed out, of the business of cricket. And I think that in the context of the legislation that we have before us, we have to ensure not only in 2024, because cricket will continue to exist in the CARICOM region and in Trinidad and Tobago as the sport of choice, as a sport that we all have a passion for, a sport that we want to return to rule the roost. We want to return to become the number one. And in wanting to return to that number one spot, we have a fundamental responsibility that whatever legislation that we participate in, whether it is from a national point of view or a regional point of view, we have to accept the fact where cricket is a business, and we must be able to protect our locals and those within the region in the context of international cricket competition and legislation which is before the House. Because, Madam Speaker, I heard the Minister, the Acting Minister of Sport, and I want to give him his appropriate accolades and so on in this House here this evening, because he's a visitor, and we would want to ensure that we treat our visitors right. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the minister indicated that Trinidad and Tobago, and he outlined the matches being played at the Brian Lara Stadium, the group matches, and the fact that there will be one of the semifinals and practice games being played at the Queen's Park Oval and also Sir Frank Worrell grounds at the St. Augustine campus and the Degumating Sporting Regional Complex. Madam Speaker, he indicated about this group of matches will attract somewhere in the vicinity of 20,000 visitors to Trinidad and Tobago. That may be a good intention on the part of the minister. I do not know if he has already consulted with the airlines and so on that are flying into Trinidad, that he has been able to arrive and conclude at that data. But what is important for us on this side as the opposition, because we have no problem with games being played at the Brian Lara Stadium or Academy. The seating capacity out there is approximately 15,000. The Queen's Park Oval is known to be one of the most iconic cricket grounds in the world. It is spoken of by a number of sporting commentators and cricket fans. I do not know, Madam Speaker, if you have had the pleasure of hearing Henry Blofeld.
Just leave me out of the debate. You please continue.
I will leave you out, Madam Speaker. But I do not know if my colleagues on the government side would have had the pleasure of hearing the voice of Henry Blofeld, that famous commentator describing the scenes at the Queen's Park Oval and giving that sense of history and flavor as it relates to cricket being played at the Queen's Park Oval. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, we have no problem, but we would like probably in his winding up, the Attorney General could clarify why that the Queen's Park Oval was not granted any of the games. And also, Madam Speaker, for me, as a cricket fan, in 2007, we got the Brown package. And in 2024, based on the games that will be played in Trinidad and Tobago, again, this seems to be Brown package number 2. And I want to ask the government, because they speak about their sense of fervor and commitment to West Indies cricket. You would have had the Prime Minister of our country being the chair of the Regional Subcommittee on West Indies cricket. But we must hear from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, where was their passion, where was their commitment, where was their fervor, and how much did they spend in terms of the bid to get the group of matches that we have been allocated in Trinidad and Tobago. How much did they spend? Because at the end of the day, this regional symposium on cricket, how much did it cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago? And what are the tangible benefits, not only for West Indies cricket, but how will it benefit Trinidad and Tobago's cricket to get our young people into national teams and onto the West Indies team to reassert ourselves in the context of cricket supremacy from a global point of view, Madam Speaker? We were told that there was a regional symposium on crime, and it cost the country, the taxpayers, $3.4 million. And in this context, nothing has been delivered to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. There have been no tangible benefits. And again, the opposition in our quest for information, our quest for transparency and accountability and good governance, we will ask the question, on behalf of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago, how much did it cost the taxpayers of this country, Madam Speaker? And it's not because we are unpatriotic or we have no passion for the game. We want to know the figures at the end of the day. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of Sport, well, the acting Minister of Sport, Senator Randall Mitchell, indicated that there was a comprehensive, he said that the ICC was working with local organizing committee, and there was a comprehensive national security plan, a health and safety plan, a transportation plan, and a marketing plan, and the routine or the daily routine of our citizens will not be disrupted. And as I said, he did indicate that approximately between 10 to 20,000 persons will arrive in Trinidad and Tobago, and the spend, based on your calculation and the statistics that you have been supplied with, $200 million will be spent within the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Minister of Sport, Acting Minister of Sport, and the Attorney General, and the Attorney General in his winding up probably could provide some further clarity for all of us in this House. We continue to hear of a comprehensive national security plan. The citizens of this country, they are reeling, they are prisoners in their own homes because there is no comprehensive plan to address crime fighting in this country. Additionally, I do not know which land they live in, but could they tell me, and can they deny, whether travel advisories have been issued by the governments of the United Kingdom, Canada, the United States, Australia, and so on. And it is because of the worrying issue of crime. The worrying issue of crime. And can we give that sense of comfort to the visitors who are expected to arrive in Trinidad and Tobago that their concerns can be allayed, they can come into our country in a very safe environment, and they will be treated in a manner that we would all want them to experience the cuisine and the culture and all that is Trinidad and Tobago, which we are all proud of as citizens of this country. And that comprehensive national security plan, I will go in the direction of also where we were told, Madam Speaker, and I want to get it right, that there was a terror threat that emerged for this World Cup. And I want to read from an article written by one Bert Wilkinson, dated the 7th of May 2024. Terror threat emerges for World Cup. And emanating from northern Pakistan, the threat to cause disruption to the tournament beginning on the 1st of June and running for the entire month has led to a scramble of meetings and virtual consultation involving the regional security system known as IMPACT, the International Cricket Committee, federal agencies in the US, and national police systems across Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidadian Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who has the responsibility for regional security and cricket, made the threat known to the Cricket World Cup this week, saying that officials are taking it seriously as the threat was laid bare by a pro-Islamic State media outlet, had called for attacks against the World Cup by warning that people indulging in amusement will ultimately face the day of reckoning. This is not a game, but rather a blood deal, the group had said in Urdu. Madam Speaker, this was raised, the Prime Minister alerted us. Up till today, who on the government side, and I hope that in winding up again, the Attorney General can allay the fears of our citizens in relation to what was stated publicly. Because we continue to hear of a comprehensive security plan. And where I wish the Minister of National Security, but then again, it will make no difference for him to join this debate. It will make absolutely no sense. So for me to ask the Minister of National Security to reassure the citizens of this country will be an exercise in futility. It may be an exercise in wasting my oxygen also. So, Madam Speaker, could the Attorney General tell us, has the threat that was stated, has it been lowered, has it been eliminated? I am dealing in the context of the reality also, because terrorists operate in a very clandestine manner. They try in their best to destabilize established security systems and so on. But can you give the citizens of this country that sense of assurance that if they make the journey to the Brian Lara Stadium or any of the venues, and those of us who would want to travel outside of Trinidad and Tobago within the region when the World Cup is taking place, that they could do so with a sense of comfort, traveling without a sense of apprehension and concern, if they so desire, with members of their family and friends and so on. This is an important issue. You just cannot speak, and you cannot provide clarification, or you cannot give your citizens a sense of comfort as it relates to national security. And, Madam Speaker, in fact, for me, the biggest threat facing the people of Trinidad and Tobago is the government of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley. And additionally, national security takes into consideration what we may call a comprehensive evacuation plan and so on. God forbid, no one on this side or no citizen on this side or no citizen in this country wants any unfortunate incident to occur at any of the venues. But we have to deal with the reality of a government that has been totally incompetent for the last 9 years. And I say so, Madam Speaker, if you are dealing with the issue of evacuation plans and the possibility of accidents taking place on match days and so on, do we have enough fire tenders? Do we have enough ambulances and so on standby? Do we have an assigned fleet of medical personnel and so on? These are the things that we need to reassure ourselves on. And this is why when we stand to debate as it relates to legislation, it is not that we are unpatriotic or we do not understand our responsibility. We have a fundamental responsibility on behalf of the people of this country who do not have a voice, And this is why we will continue to probe the government and put them under scrutiny. That is the reason. Because we was subjected to a headline recently, the front page of the Newsday newspaper. Imagine at a fire in somewhere in Mount Hope. Fire tenders arrive without water. 2 pieces of breathing apparatus, 2 breathing tanks to be shared up within a fleet not a fleet, but a team of fire officers. And I have to ask the fundamental question when they boast and say to the country, we have a comprehensive national security plan. Do they have fire tenders? Do they have breathing apparatus for the firefighters? Do they have ladders? Do they have, you name it, to respond to any untoward situation which may occur? So what they are saying to us here is a wish list. This is a wish list that has been created, Madam Speaker, and they cannot, if they cannot provide the information that we are asking for, then if I had to be a selector to pick the Attorney General or the Acting Minister of Sport on my first 11, they would not even be reduced to carrying towel or bringing water on the cricket field. They would not even make my reserve team. They would have not even been qualified to bring water or towel on the playing field, Madam Speaker, based on their track record, their inability to put runs on the board. Madam Speaker, that leads me to another issue, because you see, they like to talk a lot, you know. They love to talk without putting the issues or giving you the information as it relates to what is needed on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also we heard, and sometimes it is important to, because I don't want to run afoul of you and then you tell me I was not confining my presentation to the clauses in the bill and so on. And you know that I always like your guidance and your forthrightness in dealing with us in the Parliament and striving for us to be better parliamentarians and so on. But, Madam Speaker, I want to go to Clause 5.
Yeah, tell her.
And the whole issue of traffic control and deliveries within cricket venues and so on. And the Commissioner may, in relation to any match, issue traffic directions under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act and so on. All these things are very commendable, Madam Speaker. Very, very commendable in terms of what is stated here. But in reality, when we look at operationalization on the day, Mr. Attorney General and the Acting Minister of Sport, it is always a horror story to get into the Brian Lara Stadium. It is always a horror story. And I hope that again in this comprehensive...
Member, you have 3 minutes left of original speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes extended time if you wish to complete your presentation. So are you going to avail yourself?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Given the opposition's passion for cricket and wanting to see our citizens get into the stadiums, the Brian Lara Stadium and the venues in a very decent way, we will want to ensure that the questions are answered and so on. So as I said, as it relates to the horror story and getting in and so on, I am hoping and I am pleading that the relevant ministers and the Attorney General is a very senior member of the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. So he could probably liaise with the absent Minister of National Security at this point in time. And I don't want to use the word instruct him, because I don't know how they operate within that cabinet and so on. On this side, there was always a sense of camaraderie and support for each other. But to ensure that there are policemen, an adequate number, contingent of policemen on the day, and policemen that are people-friendly in relation to, or what we would call customer-friendly. You don't need police with riot gear and staff and so on intimidating people, but rather in terms of traffic management and control, using that sense of communication and style that will really encourage people and not frustrate people into getting into the Brian Lara Stadium on that said day. And also in their communication with the wider public, because I heard the Minister indicate that the shuttle and the drop-off zone and all these, and the park and ride and all these facilities have been established. But again, if you ask members of the public, are they aware? Have they been communicated with? You spoke about it being gazetted and publication in 2 of the national newspapers and so on. But these things need to be effectively communicated because, as I said, Mr. Minister, if you ask the average citizen whether there's a vibe, there's a feeling that a Cricket World Cup is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago, there's none, because we drive along the East-West corridor, or I drive all the way to my constituency fulfilling my sense of duty on a daily basis. And there's no signage on the Sir Solomon Huchoy Highway or even within the precincts of the Brian Lara Stadium to indicate that the Cricket World Cup is beginning on the 1st of June. I had a discussion with my very erstwhile colleague, the former Minister of Education and very distinguished former member for Carine East, Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, who returned to the country, I think, only a few days ago. And he said to me, he walked through the airport and he don't even have an idea if a Cricket World Cup is starting. And this is a man who played cricket for Trinidad and gave his service to the region in the context of cricket and so on. And that is why I'm saying they boast, they indicate that there is a local organizing committee headed by who? Who are the members of this committee? How they are communicating with the average citizen? Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation, while it may have laudable intentions, as a schoolboy, I journeyed to the Republic Bank Youth Stand, one of the best vantage points in the Queen's Park Oval. The Larry Constantine stand, the concrete stand, the grounds. These are where the heart and soul of cricket was in terms of Trinidad and Tobago's existence. If you ask anybody who had that sense of passion as it relates to cricket, whether this piece of legislation will get them into the Brian Lara Stadium, no. And that is why sometimes persons will come to the conclusion that this legislation of this nature really does not give them that sense of empathy to want to continue to be part of West Indies cricket, because it creates a sense of relationships between the boards, big business, and the International Cricket Council, and there is nothing in terms of benefit for the ordinary cricket fan who has given much of his life, his blood, sweat, and tears, and passion for wanting to see the game to see the West Indies rise again in terms of cricket, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in terms of Part 2 and conduct and entry, Part 3, sorry, conduct in CWC 2024 venue, entry into and exit from the stadium in a CWC 2024 venue. Madam Speaker, 11.2 said no person shall enter or leave a stadium during a match period except through entrance or exit designated by CWI or as otherwise permitted by CWI. A T20 game, the average time is 3 hours. But let us say a valid ticket holder goes into the game or enters the stadium and he or she has some kind of emergency and they have to leave the stadium, whether it is for an hour or so. Will they be permitted re-entry to the game? Will they? I have seen where people leave the Queen's Park Oval and they were never allowed to be readmitted to the game. And these are the things that we must be able to argue for in defense of the people that we represent, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we were given an assurance as it relates to Clause 18 that which focuses on the sale of goods or services, that the nutsman, the small and medium-sized vendor and so on will be afforded the opportunity. And I hope that the local organizing committee through the government, and I see the minister is displaying some advertisement, holding it up. If you want to honor the memory and legacy of the late Jumbo, you will ensure that this is followed through, and those who are to engage in selling and so on, that we have not been told what is the cost as it relates to written authorization. We are saying that we are facilitating or we are playing a role for the small and medium-sized man. But have we been told what is the cost or what charges will be placed on these small and medium-sized business and entrepreneurs by the International Cricket Council, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we have ceded our rights at these venues, because even members, if there's a practice game at the Queen's Park Oval, they cannot have rights to enter. Even the hospitality booth owners and so on, they have ceded their rights. I do not know how many hospitality booth owners exist at the Brian Lara Stadium and so on. And this is why I am saying that whilst we speak in glowing terms and say and indicate that we are indeed protecting the rights of the Knotsman and the small vendor and so on, we must be able to provide that sense of clarity, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in the context of where we are too, I must return to this point about national security and that comprehensive security plan. Because indeed, if our local law enforcement agencies are collaborating with the Caribbean agencies and federal agencies out of the United States of America, and from an intelligence point of view, a national security point of view, I, as a citizen looking on, will be very concerned because our national security intelligence apparatus is in shambles. It is in chaos, Madam Speaker. Who are they liaising with at the Strategic Services Agency? Who is in charge at the Strategic Service Agency at this point in time? I do not know who is the head. The substantive head was sent on leave. We were told a comprehensive audit and so on is being...
So, Member for Vancouver South, I do uphold the objection on 48.1. Okay, I understood you weaving certain aspects, but I think you are going beyond what is required for this debate. I'd ask you to rein in and come into the matter which is before us, which is dealing with the ICC men's T20 cricket.
Madam Speaker, I gave you my fullest assurance during my presentation earlier that I will take your guidance into consideration. So the very important issue also, as I said, as it relates to Clause 7 and Clause 7 points in the direction of recognition of visas issued by the CARICOM host country and so on, and in conjunction with the mutual recognition of visas will have effect during the 15th of May 2024 to the 15th of July 2024. Madam Speaker, I do not know if the Attorney General can give us the assurance that all requests for visas and work permits and so on have been approved. We are 18 days away. Is there any outstanding amounts? In the context of the national security threat to, Madam Speaker, have any application for work permits and visas, have they been denied? Are they pending because of this so-called threat that we are hearing from a terrorist point of view? These things need to be clarified for the public of Trinidad and Tobago and for the CARICOM. If they are working in collaboration with all the ministers and all the agencies, provide that clarification, not only for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but for the CARICOM region. Display your sense of commitment to regionalism also, because this is something that you all stand and parrot. But in terms of following through and implementing, it is talk, talk, and talk. Just like an arrest is imminent, we are following all leads. We will spare no effort. There will be a whole of government approach, and we will leave no stone unturned. And when you look in terms of national security, the entire constituency of Couva South living like prisoners in their own homes. Madam Speaker, one final point on behalf of the cricket fans and on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I see the Minister of Tourism looking at me, but I'm sure that he will agree with me. In the context of transportation also, Madam Speaker, around the venue, I've made a case for police and people to be properly trained, and we could go on and on. Roadworks are currently in progress, from Chaguanas to Chase Village, and even beyond Chase Village. And I do not know, Madam Speaker, if you have... All right, I'll refrain from drawing you into this debate. I do not know if members on that side have ever been caught in the traffic jam, the congestion that is currently occurring as a result of those roadworks. And again, in the context of planning, in the context of the deliverables that they boast of here this evening, the opposition is saying to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, take into consideration coming up with additional initiatives so that the visiting teams, the spectators, and even the local public do not get into additional chaos and traffic and congestion on match days. Because if it occurs, Madam Speaker, I will not blame the local organizing committee, but I will blame the entire cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. And the opposition will be looking on. We will be looking on, and we will be doing our own sense of what we would call post-mortem in terms of how this wish list that they have presented to the parliament of this country as it relates to the T20 World Cup. They did deliver, and Madam Speaker, based on their track record for the last 9 years, I want them to succeed. I am a cricket fan, but if I am a betting person, Madam Speaker, I will not even put $1 in terms of saying that they will succeed. But at the end of the day, the United National Congress indicated where we are. We would welcome all to this part of the globe. We will plead with the Attorney General to use his influence within the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago to take into consideration the issues that we have raised here this afternoon, and we want to tell the West Indies team led by Captain Robman Powell and includes Vice Captain Alzari Joseph, Johnson Charles, Rustan Chase, Shebran Hitmaya, Jason Hula, Shay Hope, Akil Hussein, Shamar Joseph, Brandon King, Gudakish Moti, Nicholas Puran, who is from the constituency of Couva South, and in McBean, Shofin Rutherford, Andrew Russell, and Romario Shepard. Our best wishes, and we hope that they will bring home the ICC T20 trophy to the West Indies and continue to be part of that resurgence of West Indies cricket. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing me to join briefly this debate on the ICC T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 bill. Madam Speaker, I followed the debate in the other place, and I have tried to follow the debate as we've had it here. Madam Speaker, this Parliament sometimes sees a brilliant exercise in talking out of two sides of your mouth, And I will start with, if you don't mind, Madam Speaker, in the Senate. Madam Speaker, in the other place, all the independent senators voted for this bill. There were some amendments, none of which were, if I remember correctly, proposed by the opposition. The opposition stood up and was vociferous in their claims as to why this bill, why this T20 World Cup was problematic, why we're going to have issues with it. And then, knowing very well the benefit that it would have for this country, but also not being able to associate themselves with any success that this government's actions may bring to the country, abstained. Madam Speaker, the last speaker before me started and ended his presentation, and I expect to see that being clipped to be used on social media, as is their wont, by saying that the opposition, just like the member who led off for them, opposition fully supports this, and then went into his own wish list, which I would expect is reflective of the opposition's thoughts on this, as to everything that could possibly go wrong, and why people should see this as a danger, and why they shouldn't come to Trinidad, and why they shouldn't go to the stadium, and then puts in words like patriotic, and puts in, we support this, and then goes on to call the members of the team as if his presentation was anything but against the success of this tournament to be held in the region. Madam Speaker, the member for Couva, Caroni Central, raised a few issues that I don't think the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Arts addressed, and I just want to very quickly. He spoke about the special arrangements under Part 2 of the bill, Section 3.1, and talked about the necessity to not only advertise in the papers, but to go online and advertise online and whatnot. And I just wanted to clarify that particularly after the committee stage in the other place, there were amendments. But very importantly, as had been detailed and pointed out by the Attorney General, it is in at least 2 newspapers in circulation as well as the Gazette. So there is nothing that binds anyone to only 2 newspapers and the Gazette. On top of which, also dealt with in the other place, and it is clear, Madam Speaker, I know they have some issues with caucusing, right? It was for all to see last time they were here. However, it is important that the leaders of the 2 houses on the opposition side speak with the people who are going to represent their party here, so that there is a fulsome debate based on fact. We're not rehashing things that were said in one place, and we actually get somewhere. The country demands better than that. The Attorney General in the other place pointed out that all these newspapers are online. So, and not only online in their full sense, but also all of these newspapers also post articles to their social media pages. So there is already an online presence that is tied to the media. And let's be frank, not Frank Worrell, but this is something that is of national and regional importance and all right-thinking citizens and organizations will attach themselves to the success of it, unlike what has been said here and any other place. Madam Speaker, the speaker before me raised a few issues, and as I said, while he started off with the UNC is in full support of the T20 World Cup, he then went into his words, a wish list. It would seem that, as usual, the opposition is giving us, as I said, their own wish list for everything that could go wrong, no matter how remote it is. Madam Speaker, he raised an issue about a national security, comprehensive security plan that includes an evacuation plan, and where is this and whatnot. The LOC includes representation from the ODPM, from municipal police, from other stakeholders that are attached to national disaster preparedness and response. And as a result of that, we can be assured, because here's the thing, you would think that we have never done this in this country. You would think that at no point this is the first time this has ever been done. We are talking about an expectation of 20,000 people here. Every carnival we have 60,000 visitors all across this country, through Port of Spain, in San Fernando, in Chaguanas, all over. And in those events, over the course of a carnival, all our stakeholders come together to ensure the success of carnival year after year after year. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that we held our own stage of the 2006 World Cup here in Trinidad as part of a regional World Cup. It is a fact that last year, I believe, we had the Youth Commonwealth Games where we had 1,000 athletes from 70 countries coming here successfully. It is a fact that we had in this country the 50th anniversary of CARICOM and the CARICOM Heads of Government Conference held here. It is a fact that we had the Regional Crime Symposium addressing crime and violence as a public health issue. It is a fact that just recently we had the Regional CARICOM Cricket Conference. And all of these activities require partnership, require stakeholders coming together, require a plan, require people who understand logistics on the day, and it is done every time successfully to the betterment of this country and its regional and international esteem. So when the member comes here and speaks about traffic, well, yes, there may be some traffic, as there is. I remember sitting in traffic when there was cricket around the Queen's Park Oval. I remember that. But you could imagine, Madam Speaker, if we had decided, as was asked by one of the members, and here's the issue, I'm saying it as if we were making the decision. The venues that were chosen as part of an assessment that was done in this country by the ICC and the CWI. They're the ones who chose it, and the Attorney General, both in the Senate and in his opening statement, described in part, if not completely, the criteria that would have been utilized, inclusive of proximity to health facilities, medical facilities, and whatnot. We went through all of that. And the members opposite stand up as if that is a revelation. Madam Speaker, I thought that this was a straightforward debate, because if they so love cricket in the way that they say they do, then we should be working together to make this a success as quickly as possible. I saw the member for Caroni Central stand up and deliver an opening salvo. Well, Madam Speaker, it was spirited, but it may be that he would have heard the leader of government business for the chief whip for the opposition in the other place, not you, point up here, in the other place, who was very clear that their selection for a possible minister of sport is not him. So you want to make sure that he gets his knocks in now so that somebody, even if it is as a backup, he could get picked. But Madam Speaker, as I said, we have a track record, the same track record that the member for Couva South would seek to disparage. We have a track record in this country and in this region of hosting successful tournaments. And that is not a distant memory. That is last year, year before that. That is recent. We have proven. But of course, that is for who will want to see. And we know clearly that that is not the position of the members opposite. And on that topic, another topic that the member raised, because he said that if they were to see traffic going into the Brian Lara Stadium, he would blame the cabinet. Well, Madam Speaker, tell them, Madam Speaker, tell the members opposite. Then don't send your supporters to go and picket on the highway. Don't send your people to cause all manner of obstacles in order to prove what you want to be proved. Because we have also had to deal with that. And clog up toilets with jersey and pants and all, towel and all kind of thing. So if you don't want to see that, then be a part of the solution, because you are constantly a part of the problem. Madam Speaker, we are here. You could say what you want to say, because I know you on your way out. My apologies, Madam Speaker. My apologies. Madam Speaker, yes, we could say, I don't suffer on this side. I bask in the glory of the PNM. Madam Speaker, we on this side are saying that we are here today not only to pass this bill, but why are we here today? We are here today because yet again, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, under the leadership and guidance of the PNM and its Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, has taken a position that we will stand with our regional partners and be a part of a regional activity, because we see ourselves as a stakeholder in this togetherness that is the CARICOM region. Who is going to be here? I was happy to see that it was not repeated here, but it bears addressing. I heard members of their team disparaging the members, the countries that are in our group, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the population of Uganda is 47.25 million people. This is Uganda's first World Cup, and an entire nation will be behind them. 47.2 million people. The population of New Zealand, who, by the way, was the runner-up in 2021, and I believe in the last World Cup was a semi-finalist, is 5.12 million. The population of Papua New Guinea, that they wash their mouth on Papua New Guinea, is 10.49 million people. Madam Speaker, in our region, in terms of the cricket playing countries, another 6 million, and that is not even where we start to speak about the diaspora. And Madam Speaker, the West Indies is playing here. The West Indies, two-time champions, 2012 and 2016. And we still have, granted that we have fallen off a bit in terms of our performances, but the West Indies brand is still strong and it's still a global brand. And Madam Speaker, one of the, maybe one of, if not the only thing that of note that the member opposite regaled us with after going through all the countries that would be a part of the tournament is to tell us about, to talk about the resounding success of the CARICOM Regional Cricket Conference. And I want to thank him for that, because I wouldn't want to stand here and be accused of blowing our own trumpet. But he went into detail, he being a member from Couva South, went into great detail about what was discussed in that symposium, that conference. And Madam Speaker, it was about building back West Indies, that brand, our team. What better way to do that? What better way than to be a part of the hosting of the T20 World Cup? Madam Speaker, I have to admit that when it first came along, I was one of those purists who wasn't a fan of T20, but I understand now clearly that it is not the end of Test cricket. It is not the end of one day, in the same way that radio was not the end of newspapers and television was not the end of radio and social media will not be the end of any of them. It has its own unique brand in a global environment now that is so immediate that people no longer, in large part, in particular with younger demographic, no longer want to look at not even a whole day, much less 5. So this sort of punchy, fast-paced sporting event is more and more relevant. And we have seen, not just from a West Indies perspective, but also because of what the global brand of T20 is, both at national and at club level, that this is a real opportunity for those countries who produce cricketers. And to borrow the words of my Prime Minister at the conference, we can play this game. Madam Speaker, I don't intend to stay long here because I think that the merits of this bill speak for itself. I think that the Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General, and our Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, who is the acting Minister of Sport, have done a very good job of speaking about it, not only from a legislative perspective, but also from a policy perspective. And despite the doom and gloom that would be put here, I am hard-pressed to find what could be so offensive about this bill and about the event that this bill is attached to. What could be so offensive that we would come here to find all the most far-flung, far-fetched possibility and put that forward as if this could happen as sure as left goes in front of right? Madam Speaker, how will we benefit? 200 million, I think 200 million was the figure put forward by the Minister of Tourism. And that 200 million is going to be reflected in the hospitality industry, hotels, Airbnbs, for all the teams that are here, all of the ancillary staff, the management, their families and friends and their fans, the media, the people who are attached to the equipment for all of these things, all have to be accommodated in our country. Beyond that, what happens outside of the game? Well, outside of the game, like all of these things, there are going to be team outings. The media is going to go out to Lime. There are going to be all manner of activities that are going to directly impact bars, restaurants, cinemas, you name it. So that sector is also going to have be directly impacted by this spend. Madam Speaker, rental cars, taxis, maxis, shuttles, all manner of activity attributed with transportation is going to be directly impacted by it. Personal chauffeurs, so I want to go to this game, I will call person X who has his maxi or his taxi, and he will pick up me and my friends, so that when we go down there, we will have a good time, we could have a couple of drinks and not run afoul of the law. Madam Speaker, all of these things directly impact local economic development and the community level economy. What is so egregious about that? How could that be an issue? But Madam Speaker, beyond that, there is also the promotion of brand TNT. Us being able to reflect the magnificence of our culture, the magnificence of our people, not only to our regional partners, but also to an international stage. Madam Speaker, I have a note here, something that I definitely wanted to touch on. Oh well. Madam Speaker, we have the ability to speak to billions of people worldwide as Trinidad and Tobago, reflecting our culture, reflecting our smiling faces, reflecting the way that we celebrate. And it was either the member for Caroni Central, it may have been, who made an issue of, because of the bill itself, there would be no opportunity for the instruments and all of the things associated with the way that we celebrate. And I want to thank the Minister of Tourism for clarifying that will be on full display. But beyond that, it was also pointed out by the Attorney General in the other place that instruments were under Section 2, which is restricted as opposed to prohibited. And therefore, there was a level of discretion that would be in place by the organizers, as opposed to something being prohibited, like a weapon, that would simply not be allowed. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, this bill is something that I am happy to associate myself with. This bill is something that I think that the opposition should not reflect the actions of their colleagues in the other place and vote with us to make this thing a success. You have said that you support it. You have said that you, even if it is just at the bookends of your presentations here, well, then support it. Just simply support it. Madam Speaker, I am the representative Diego Martin Central. Cricket is alive and well in Diego Martin Central, being played by Diego Martin North Secondary by St. Anthony's College. It is the Diego Martin North Secondary, Madam Speaker, is a secondary school within the boundaries of the constituency of Diego Martin Central. We will get there. I will give you time. Right? And it is the home of merry boys. that continues to uphold the highest tenets of fair play, youth development, and cricket excellence. Madam Speaker, I am very happy to say that while the Diego Martin Sporting Facility is not in the constituency of Diego Martin Central, it is simply across the road and will be visited by the members of the constituents of Diego Martin Central, if the security apparently is assigned, allows us. And, Madam Speaker, I look forward to our young school children, our cricket enthusiasts, not only attending the games at the Brian Lara, but also attending these practice matches and the warm-up matches for the little children to see their if not their own idols now, but to see the future stars, to see what they could be, to see excellence that could look like them, to see what they could. Madam Speaker, I know as a young boy, being in the Oval, watching Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge, watching Viv Richards, I know what it was like to be a student at Fatima College, and knowing that Brian Lara was only a few years ahead of me, and I was an international cricket star, and being able to say that I know him, I was able to touch him, to see him at his best. Madam Speaker, even as we speak about cricket, this government held a regional symposium on crime and violence and addressing it as a public health issue, which meant not that it would be managed by the Minister of Health, but which meant that it required an all-of-government approach. And one of the key issues that was raised was the presence and the necessity for sport as an option, not only as a job, but also as an option of your time, particularly for young people, to keep them out of trouble, to teach them discipline, to put them in environments where they would be able to benefit from direct mentorship. I am happy to say that...
Honourable Member, you have two more minutes. Honourable Member.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have 2 more minutes of original speaking time. You have 15 more minutes if you wish to avail of yourself of it to continue your presentation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to say that at the Ministry of Sport, there are numerous programs that are being rolled out addressing sport and bringing sport into communities, particularly at youth level, driving, not just encouraging young people to get in, but also to develop current administrators, groundskeepers, and pushing sport through our communities as a means of bringing our young people away from unproductive pastimes and into productive use of their time. And what better opportunity would there be than to show these young people what is capable when you follow sport to the end. The possibilities that are there for you, even if it is not at an international level, but we see club cricket in T20 being played across the globe. Let us encourage that. Let us not try to find every possible way to say that this is a bad idea. Let's not look for a problem with every solution. Madam Speaker, I joined my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, and commend this bill to the House. I thank the Attorney General for bringing it, and I look forward to the opposition's support for this most worthy bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I join this debate, I don't tend to be long. I'll do a T20, not like my colleague before me, not like Diego Martin Central. Madam Speaker, let me first start off by saying that we on this side support this bill. Let me start off by saying that. I don't know where the member for Diego Martin got that. We are, Madam Speaker, I think my presence.
Let's have one debate here, and let's confine our debate to here. All right? We're not in the other place. Go on, member for point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for reminding us that we are in the lower house. Madam Speaker, as I said, that we are not against T20 World Cup cricket being held in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a given. We are in support of cricket. We are in support of any sporting community or field of discipline in our country. But, Madam Speaker, the issue is not this bill. Madam Speaker, the bill is a simple bill. I think it has, 43 clauses, or 48 clauses, Madam Speaker. And is a carbon copy, I think, of a previous bill, and then we had World Cup, the 50 overs World Cup back in 2006, a carbon copy of that. And what my colleagues that we have been saying here this afternoon, Madam Speaker, is that even though the bill is before us and we are in support of the T20 World Cup, the bill is a carbon copy of 2006, and it could have been tweaked and changed for the betterment of the country and for our citizens, Madam Speaker. That's what my members have been fighting for this afternoon. I think even in the other place they had raised issues with it, Madam Speaker. And even the Honourable Attorney General in the other place, when he was piloting that same bill, talked about that we had a lost opportunity of tweaking the bill because it's a carbon copy of 2006. It's there on the Hansard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue I have, and I'm happy as a member for Point-a-Pierre, that T20 cricket, the three main matches plus the semi-final is being held in the Southland. I want to put that squarely. I am happy for myself as a member for Point-a-Pierre and my other colleagues from the Southland. We are happy that these matches are being taken place in the South. For too long we have had serious matches in the North, so I'm happy it's in the South, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, on the 12th of June, the first match is taking place in the Brian Lara Academy Stadium, New Zealand versus West Indies. That's a big match, Madam Speaker. The second match on the 13th of June, Afghanistan versus Papua New Guinea. Those are two new countries that are taking part in the T20. And wish them well. Afghanistan, I think, is ranked number 11 in the ranking of T20, Madam Speaker. And in the third match, on the 14th of June, we have New Zealand versus Uganda. A good match, I think, for the South people who love cricket in our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue we have, really and truly, when I listen to my other two previous colleagues, is the authorization of this particular piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because the venue that is being held in the Southland, the Brian Lara Stadium, the issue of transport, the issue of traffic has been raised by my colleagues before. Even we will be on showcase as a country. The first match is on the 12th of June, but there are several practice matches before that, Madam Speaker, that there was an influx of visitors during the month of June, Madam Speaker. And my concern as a member is that arrival aspect of this tournament, Madam Speaker. There will be thousands, as the acting Minister of Sport mentioned, between 10 to 20,000 individuals are scheduled to arrive in our country. And at the same time, during the month of June, Madam Speaker, we all know it is a time when we have another influx of foreign students, our students who would have studied abroad coming back home. Families would be moving back and forth during that period of time, Madam Speaker. And we understand the nightmare that happens on arrival and departure in our airport, Madam Speaker. And I am very concerned right now we have issues on arrival when individuals, normal times, when they arrive, and you see lines back up in the immigration. So I'm hoping that the LOC, and I know there are teams on the LOC that represent the Ministry of National Security, Works and Transport, Madam Speaker, and the list goes there on. But we are hoping on this side that those issues are ironed out before the influx of these visitors to our shores, Madam Speaker, because it will not put us in a good light if things were to happen where visitors start to complain about the immigration lines and just to get out of the airport, Madam Speaker. So I really hope, and that is the issues that we have been trying to highlight in our presentation. I know my colleague from Cuba South might be a little bit, he's a little excitable at times, Madam Speaker. So I'm trying to bring back what we are really trying to say with the authorization of this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. We talked about traffic, Madam Speaker. Just moving from Port of Spain on those match days to the stadium of Brian Lara, which is located in Taruba, just off of Pointe-a-Pierre, Madam Speaker. On a normal day right now, because of what my colleague mentioned of the works that are going on between I would say from Monroe Road to Chase Village, Madam Speaker, it is horrendous. We were told back then, sometime earlier this year, that those works would have been completed by April this year, if my memory serves me right. And to date, it is still ongoing, and it is a problem, Madam Speaker. So we are hoping once again that our colleagues here on our side, on the opposition side, we are just highlighting issues and trying to put the government on notice to prevent it from happening for the sake of our country, because we will be on show, Madam Speaker. That's all we are saying. That's all we are saying. We are not condemning the bill. We are not against the T20 Cricket World Cup being staged in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. What I hope, as a citizen, I hope you could have gotten a better package, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to see a lot more different teams, Madam Speaker. And what my colleague, I want to reinforce what my colleague from Cuba South was saying, that given what is happening in sporting disciplines throughout the world, we are hoping that given what is happening with America being one of the key stakeholders in this T20 World Cup, that West Indies cricket, we do not get pushed out, and especially Trinidad and Tobago as being a first-class nation in holding World Cup and Test cricket and cricket matches on the whole, international matches on the whole, Madam Speaker, because that is something that we have to be fearful of. And I'm hoping that our Prime Minister, I think he's the head of the CARICOM Cricket Committee, Diego Martin West, that we were hoping that we would have gotten some more better matches, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of local content, again, I have a little concern, especially as being held in the Southland. I know my colleague, Tabaki, myself, Pointe-a-Pierre, my colleague here, Naparima, and so forth, Cuba South. We border that particular area, Madam Speaker. And as far as local content with our schools, Madam Speaker, we were hoping that, because when you look at where the practice matches are being held, one venue is in Diego Martin, I think Diego Martin Northeast, Madam Speaker. Another one is in the East-West Corridor, Madam Speaker. Another one is in the Oval, Madam Speaker. And we were hoping that besides the Brian Lara Stadium, which are the actual matches, that we could have had a practice venue in the Southland also, Madam Speaker. Maybe in Cuba South, there's the cricket center, Madam Speaker. That is the kind of negotiations we would have thought that this government would have had when they were negotiating this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, so that it augurs well for the students and the young men and women in the Southland. My colleague, I forgot him, from San Fernando West, Madam Speaker, would have been part of that. I'm also hoping, Madam Speaker, I don't know if it's too late. I know the couple matches are in the 12th and the 13th and 14th of June, Madam Speaker, that, and I cast no aspersions on the teams, Afghanistan and Papua New Guinea, Madam Speaker. But when you look at those, and I'm being real, Madam Speaker, when you look at that particular match as being held on the 13th of June, while it's being showcased, the TV rights are the big rights, Madam Speaker, having a venue that is 10% filled, given the teams that are playing, doesn't augur well for us as a country. All right? And that is the reality I am sure would happen. And I'm hoping that the government would consider negotiating some maybe reduced prices so that the school children and their parents could attend those matches, Madam Speaker, to lift even the teams that are there playing, like Afghanistan, Papua New Guinea. Even the other match, I know the 12th of June will be a sold-out match. That's New Zealand versus West Indies, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that is sold out already. But the other one on the 14th of June, New Zealand versus Uganda, again, we could, the government could negotiate with the World Cup cricket, with the prices, and invite the schools surrounding the Southland to attend these games, Madam Speaker. It will augur well for us as a country, Madam Speaker, to fill that stadium, no matter what match it is, what teams are being played, that when you're on the camera and you're on the World Wide Web, and you look at the stadium and you see it's filled, Madam Speaker, supporting whatever team it is, it augurs us well as a country, Madam Speaker. As far as local content, I know the government spoke about vendors and so forth. I'm really hoping that even outside the stadium, vendors might want to set up. And I hope that some allowance is made, because us as a culture, Madam Speaker, we tend to try to sell as we go along, Madam Speaker, and vendors pop up all over the place, Madam Speaker. So we hope from the Southland that our vendors, the pepperoni lady, the doubles man, and so forth, can have a play in these matches, Madam Speaker, and this World Cup that is happening in our country in the next few weeks, Madam Speaker, especially around my colleagues like Gasparillo, Claxton Bay, Marabella, Madam Speaker. The other issue I want to talk about quickly, Madam Speaker, is the element of policing and crime. I know, again, the infrastructure, and I'm hoping that when the LOC meets with the Ministry of National Security, that the assets are given to the policing, especially in the Southland, Madam Speaker. I had a meeting just last week, Madam Speaker, with the Southern Division, and the meeting was really about point-of-care and the facilities of the police and so forth. And in one particular police station, I wouldn't call it, they're down to one vehicle, Madam Speaker. And they are hoping, Madam Speaker, and I am hoping, that out of that meeting, mention was made about this World Cup cricket. And they are hoping, the Southern divisions are hoping, because of the importance of the World Cup coming to the Southland, that the assets of extra assets would be given to them in policing what is happening in the coming weeks with the T20 World Cup, Madam Speaker. And they are also hoping, Madam Speaker, that when they are given these assets, extra police vehicles and so forth, they are able to retain it, Madam Speaker. They are really hoping that they could be able to retain those assets when the World Cup matches are over, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping, I'm pleading. Pardon? And I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that those assets that are assigned to to the Southern Division during this T20 World Cup remains in the Southern Division to actually complement what we already have in our particular police stations of St. Margaret's, Gasparillo, Marabella, etc., Madam Speaker. So I really hope that, because one of the issues that we saw even in December, Madam Speaker, and I will talk about the issue of crime. In December, we had an English side playing the West Indies in Brian Lara, and they could not even come out of their Hyatt Hotel because there was some shooting that took place right outside Ryson Road. So I'm hoping that the government is aware of situations like that, Madam Speaker, because it would not augur well as a country during that period of time, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are not against the bill. As I wrap up, I don't plan to be long. We are not against this piece of legislation. Actually, we are happy that our country is on showcase, but we are hoping that all the different divisions and the ministries work together to ensure that at the end of it, we come out in a better place as a country, Madam Speaker. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Tunapuna.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to enter this very important debate, which states an act to make provision for the efficient and effective staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes. Well, my colleague for Pointe-à-Pied, I think the only assurance which has already been made by the Minister, the Acting Minister of Sports, and also the Attorney General, is that systems, regulations are in place to ensure that traffic concerns will be dealt with, all the necessary concerns about crime and what's going to take place. Again, teams are in place to ensure that those provisions will take place. What I would like to just make mention is with regards to the grouping that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. Papua New Guinea, Uganda, New Zealand, and the West Indies. As we all know in T10 cricket, on any given day, any team can win a T10 game. And it's important and must be reminded that those teams would have qualified to be in the West Indies and USA to play cricket for the Cricket World Cup 2024. So again, no disparity with regards to Papua New Guinea, Uganda, and well, we know the status of New Zealand and our West Indies team. Madam Speaker, this bill encompasses several key provisions designed to regulate different aspects of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024. And the provisions include: 1. Venue, declaration and control. 2. Ticketing and entry requirements. Thirdly, visa requirements and work permits. As we all know, the Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General would have went through in his laying of the bill all the necessary requirements. Tax exemptions and duty waivers, which is again customary to ensure that all individuals coming to play cricket in the West Indies will be well taken care of. Security and conduct regulations, very important. Intellectual property protection. And then there, as we know, Madam Speaker, there would be benefits and there would be drawbacks. And all those considerations have been identified in this particular bill. The Cricket World Cup 2024 consists of 48 clauses. It will be taking place from June 1st to June 30th, 2024. Consisting of 20 teams with a total of 55 matches. Main venue, Brian Lara Cricket Academy Stadium in Tarouba. We have supporting venues, again, Sir Frank Royal Ground in St. Augustine, UWI St. Augustine, Queen's Park Oval, Port of Spain, Diego Martin Sporting Complex in the Diego Martin area. We would be having a total of 4 regular games at our stadium in Trinidad, and then one semi-final, most important. I think most individuals have not identified that we'll be also hosting a semi-final game here in Trinidad and Tobago. The countries is 8 Caribbean countries, and then USA, which will have 3 cities hosting these particular games. An average of 20,000 visitors is expected, an anticipated revenue of $200 million, and we will have approximately 2 billion persons virtually worldwide. What else can we ask for in our beloved Trinidad and Tobago, and again, for our CARICOM region? Madam Speaker, I would just like to probably highlight about 3 or 4 clauses, right, which will be mainly focusing on the 20,000 plus visitors and the sporting fans of Trinidad and Tobago and the CARICOM region. Madam Speaker, Clause 11 speaks about Clause 11 would prohibit the unauthorized entry into the exit of a particular stadium. A person must be permitted entrance within the meaning of the bill to enter and may only have through an official exit unless otherwise permitted. As we all know, Madam Speaker, Trinidad is a sporting public. We love our sports, whether cricket, whether football, basketball. We love our cricket. And it's very important that for the anticipated amount of persons attending, that they must be made aware of what are the regulations. So in Clause 11, we can identify no person shall enter a stadium during match period unless he is permitted entrance, which is very important. 2, no person shall enter or leave a stadium during a match period except through an entrance or exit designated by CWI or otherwise permitted. A person who contravenes this section commits an offense and again is liable to a summary conviction. So again, to the individuals who have purchased their tickets, please ensure that you abide by the necessary regulations. It's an international tournament and it's very important. I could go on to Clause 12, Madam Speaker. Clause 12 would prohibit entry on the playing field, right? Very important. We're not at Constantine Park, we're not at the Mandela ground to know that, you could just run on freely when a 6 is hit, when a man makes a century, as the case may be. So again, Clause 12 would prohibit entry onto the playing field and such other areas within the stadium as may be indicated during a match period. Now again, it will also include the practice matches and the supporting matches at the other venues. Very important, Madam Speaker. Contravention of this, again, provision constitutes an offense, and the offender, again, could be liable to a charge or some sort of penalty and could also be removed from the particular venue. So again, Madam Speaker, 12, unless authorized by the CWI, no person shall during a match period enter or be present in or on any part of the playing field. B, any other part of the stadium if it is indicated that entry into that part is not permitted. Thirdly, any part or any other CWC 2024 venue if it is indicated that entry into the part is not permitted. For the purposes of subsection 1, B, and C, as indicated, that entry is not permitted may be given in the following manner. Again, A, an advertisement. It will be clearly identified the prohibited areas at the particular venue sites. Pamphlets will also be issued, right? A direction by a police officer or an authorized person. There will be persons at the venues directing you where you can sit, where you can go, where you cannot go, as the case may be. And it's important, as the public who will be attending these matches, this must be made clear to all these individuals, and it's clearly stated in this particular bill. A sign erected in or at near an entrance. A fence, a chain, or barrier around the path or across an entrance into the path. Again, it's not the first time we'll be going to a cricket game. It's not the first time we'll be going to a cricket game. It's just that it's a cricket World Cup, and we need to emphasize the importance of ensuring that we are on show and that we do well within our Trinidad and Tobago public. Madam Speaker, I would then like to move now to Clause 13. It would provide for the designation of an area within a CWC 2024 venue for the duration of a match period as a reserved area or any seat within a CWC 2024 venue as a reserved seat. A person who is not a holder of a CWC 2024 ticket authorizing him to be in a reserved area or occupy a reserved seat shall not do so unless authorized by CWI. Contravention again can lead to being put out, for want of a better word, for being, redirected in order to ensure that we do comply. So it's important again, Madam Speaker, that Clause 13, the area designated reserved, if you are not allowed to be in a reserved section again, do not proceed to that area. Each ticket holder will have an identified ticket, will have an identified seating accommodation, unless you notice that whether it is that you will be in a mount, which is an open space, but other than that, each area will be designated. Any seat within a CWC 2024 venue as a reserved seat. Secondly, no person shall enter or remain in a reserved seat or occupy a reserved seat unless that person is the holder of a CWC 2024 ticket conferring authorization to do so. Again, the government, as well as with regards to the regulation of CWI, shall not in any suit, action, or proceeding be liable, 1, to pay compensation to any person for the suspension or any privilege under this section. B, to reimburse any person for the whole or a portion of any payment made by the person to obtain any privilege which was suspended under this section. And again, it's clear the ticket that is in your hand will be the ticket that will be allocated for the particular seat or position or particular stand that you will be entitled to. Any individual, again, whether it is that you want to roam, you want to go to another area which is not authorized, again, regulations are in place, guidelines are in place, and individuals will surely have to comply accordingly. Madam Speaker, Clause 15. Clause 15 would prohibit certain specified conduct of persons within any CWC 2024 area. Again, Madam Speaker, conduct is very important with regards to ensuring that discipline, attitude, and conduct is well taken care of at our particular venues. And again, Clause 15. A person shall not in any CWC 2024 venue A, misuse, deface, damage, or tamper with any building, seat, chair, table, structure, vehicle, craft, truck, pipe, tap fitting, conduit, electrical equipment, wiring, or sign. Again, we don't need to go into the details, right? What would have probably happened on previous occasions, on past occasions at the Brandlar Cricket Academy. We need to ensure that things are properly well in place in order to ensure that we conduct ourselves appropriately. B, evacuate or cause to be evacuated any part of a CWC 2024 venue unless authorized by CWI. C, no person shall be allowed to erect any structure, erect or display any sign, any banner, or other thing in contravention of this act unless authorized by CWI. Only person allowed to do those things will be given the necessary authorities, and again, they will be granted those permissions prior to the start of any particular games. D, no person shall block any stair, any step, any aisle, any gangway, overpass, underpass, pontoon, bridge, entry, exit, or other thoroughfare unless authorized by CWI. Again, it's very important. Your seat is where you will be allowed to watch the matches from. Again, we anticipate no overcrowding, guidelines would be in place, regulations will be in place, and again, our fire services, police officers, and the designated workers on that day will ensure that these procedures are adhered to. E, throw or use any stone, any bottle, any missile, or any other dangerous object. Disrupt, interrupt, or behave in a manner that may disrupt or interrupt any CWC 2024 activity, or disrupt or interfere with the comfort of persons at the CWC 2024 activity. G, interfere with the equipment of a person taking part in a CWC 2024 activity. Operate or use a loud hailer, a public address system, or other broadcast device, or any other device that may interfere with electronic or radio communications unless authorized by CWC. Again, members, again to the listening public, to those out there, these are regular guidelines that are usually adhered to when we go to any sporting event. It's just that because of the magnitude of this particular event, we need to make it clear to ensure that guidelines are followed for this particular period, which runs from 1st June to 30th June 2024. Again, conduct public surveys or opinion polls, or solicit money, donations, or subscriptions from members of the public unless authorized by CWI. So again, Clause 15, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that the guidelines are followed. Clause 16, Madam Speaker. Clause 16 will provide for the prohibition or restriction of certain items as specified in the second schedule. These would include dangerous objects, weapons, or any other article capable of being used as a weapon. And again, Madam Speaker, dangerous weapons are categorized: explosives, incendiary devices, firearms, gas, weapons, glass of any description, object that can be used as missiles, instrument, article, or material which can be used to disfigure, to disable, or cause bodily harm or death to any particular person. It's important, again, Madam Speaker, based on Clause 16, that these regulations and guidelines are followed. No person shall bring into or have in his possession at a CWC 2024 venue during a match period, A, any weapon or dangerous object or article capable of being used as a weapon. Again, it's standard. We're going to watch cricket. We're going to watch cricket. Any animal other than a guide dog if the person is blind. Again, we take nothing for granted, so we need to ensure that it's in the regulation. C, any article specified in Part 1 of the second schedule. 2, any person shall bring into or have in his possession at a CWC 2024 venue during a match period any article which may be used to erect a structure. 2, to deface or damage any structure within the venue. Adversely affect the safety of the public within the venue. The person must not be able to disrupt or interrupt a CWC 2024 match or game. Interfere with the comfort of persons within the CWC 2024 venue or their enjoyment of a game. Persons must not distract, hinder, or interfere with persons taking part in a CWC 2024 activity. Engage in conduct prohibited under the same section 18, which is clearly identified. And again, we must ensure that these guidelines and regulations are adhered to, Madam Speaker. So again, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that, again, there are restricted venues, right? The following items shall be restricted at all CWC 2024 venues: large banners and flag sticks above 1.6 meter in length. So again, it's clearly stated the length of the flag that will be allowed at the venues. Musical instruments that cannot fit under the venue seat or on a person's lap or is louder than 70 decibels. Again, coolers or lunch boxes larger than 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. So that's the diameter that you will be allowed with regards to particular coolers. Again, all these regulations will be listed in the newspapers of Trinidad and Tobago as we go along within the next couple of days. Right? Again, when the bill is approved today, again, I presume that all the necessary advertisements and guidelines will be issued accordingly. Folding chairs not intended for monks, and also tents or umbrellas not intended for monks. So again, Madam Speaker, it's clear, it's covered, right? The Attorney General, along with the Ministry of Sports, has put together the necessary regulations and guidelines by having meetings again with the ICC and CWI to ensure that all guidelines and regulations are taken care of in order for us to have a successful 2024 Cricket World Cup. Madam Speaker, the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup is a prestigious international cricket tournament organized by the ICC. The tournament features the world's top cricketing nations, right? Again, top cricketing nation. So Uganda is a top cricketing nation. Papua New Guinea is a top cricketing nation because they have qualified and got the merit in order to participate. So again, they will be one of the 20 teams that has been selected worldwide in order to be at this cricket tournament. The T20 format, known for its fast pace and exciting gameplay. The 2024 edition of the tournament is jointly hosted by the USA as identified and the Caribbean, making a significant moment for cricket expansion and new territories and showcasing the sport's global appeal. The ICC T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 bill is proposed legislation aimed at facilitating the efficient and effective staging of the tournament. Again, as identified earlier, the bill consists of 6 parts, it consists of 48 clauses, and it addresses various related venue management, traffic control, ticketing, security, intellectual property rights, and protection. And again, each one of these provisions, there is a particular committee that has been identified that is in place in order to ensure for the efficient and effective operations of these particular provisions as we go into June 2024. The primary objective of this bill is to ensure for the successful organization of this particular tournament. Madam Speaker, as we all know, for every sporting event, every event for this magnitude, there will be an economic boost. So hosting a major sporting event like the T20 Cricket World Cup can stimulate the local economy through increased tourism, hotel bookings, transportation services, and spending at local businesses. Again, for each individual, the cab driver, the taxi driver, the maxi taxi driver, the nuts person, whatever concessionaires that will be allowed in and around the particular stadium and the particular supporting match venues will all have an opportunity to benefit. As identified by the Acting Minister of Sports, there is an estimated 200 million income anticipated. So each strata of the persons who are involved in businesses will be able to benefit come for the month of June 2024 within the 5 matches that will be hosted in Trinidad and Tobago and also the supporting matches, which is very important. Again, as a result of hosting infrastructure development. To host such an event, there is often a need for infrastructure development and upgrades, such as the stadium renovations, transportation improvements, and accommodations. These investments can have long-term benefits for Trinidad and the Caribbean, improving its overall infrastructure and attractiveness for future events with regards to tourism. And again, we talk about, to get on the Uriah Butler Highway in the Shogunas where some works are being taken place. Again, nobody has to be a rocket scientist. It's known. If the infrastructure is not completed, definitely there will be no work during the month of June in order to ensure that there will be no added traffic congestion. It's obvious. Now, Prima, I'm not recognizing, right? It's obvious, right? So again, the Minister of Works is listening to us as we speak, Works and Transport. So I am assured that the contractors will ensure whether it is that within the next 2-3 weeks the job can be finished or whether it is that work will have to stop as we go into the month of June. Again, we could talk about global exposure. The T20 Cricket World Cup is watched by millions. As we know, 2 billion persons are estimated to be watching us virtually, right? Virtually around the world, all right? Of fans worldwide, providing Trinidad with significant, not only Trinidad, but again, our CARICOM partners with significant global exposure. This exposure can enhance this country's international reputation, promote tourism, and attract foreign investment for the future. We're always saying about sports tourism. Fourthly, we can promote sports tourism. Hosting this Cricket World Cup can help promote sport tourism within the Caribbean region and encourage participation in the sport at all levels, from grassroots to professional. This can lead to increased interest in cricket among our youth, more investment in cricket infrastructure, and the development of local talent throughout not only Trinidad and Tobago, but again, the Caribbean and CARICOM region. Madam Speaker, we can also look at the hosting of this Cricket World Cup in the Caribbean to serve as a catalyst for further regional and international integration in several ways. And I can highlight a couple ways which this can be done. One, shared identity and pride. Cricket holds immense cultural significance in the Caribbean, often transcending national boundaries. Hosting this World Cup can unite the diverse countries of the region under a common cause, fostering a sense of shared identity and pride among Caribbean nations. And I hope that, again, it can also forge a good relationship also right here within the Parliament with regards to hear any member for Point of View say that they will be supporting the bill. They are not against cricket, they are not against T20, but we trust that you all will be supporting the bill today. Collaborative efforts, very important. Organizing a major sporting event like this T20 Cricket World Cup requires collaborative efforts among various stakeholders, including governments, sporting organizations, local communities, dealing with the ICC, International Cricket Council, dealing with Cricket West Indies, and all the stakeholders to ensure that this tournament becomes a success. This collaboration can facilitate closer ties and cooperation between Caribbean countries, leading to greater integration and mutual support. Madam Speaker, tourism and trade, very important with regards to hosting a massive tournament like this. The influx of visitors, estimated to be 20,000 plus visitors, during the World Cup can boost tourism and trade within the Caribbean region. The increased economic activity can encourage countries to work together to capitalize on the opportunities presented by hosting this event, such as promoting regional tour packages and showcasing local products and services. Again, yes, they are coming to watch cricket from all parts of the world, but remember, on the cricket off days, we have the Maracas Beach to showcase, we have the Pitch Lake, we have Devil's Wood Yard, we have various sites, Monks and Benedict, Cora River, Cora Valley. You know what I mean? We have various places that individuals can do on the non-cricketing days in order to ensure. So again, this will result in further income for individuals on a daily basis, because remember, it's for a particular period, and Trinidad and Tobago will have its period during the 5 matches that we will be hosting. Legacy of cooperation, very important, right? The legacy is very important. The collaborative efforts and partnerships formed during the preparation and hosting of the World Cup can leave a lasting legacy of cooperation among Caribbean countries. This legacy can serve as a foundation for future joint initiatives and projects aim at addressing common challenges and advancing shared goals. Again, friendships would be developed, networking would be developed, relationships would be developed, not on a governmental basis also, but among individuals. Somebody will make a friend during the Cricket World Cup. Sure, somebody will be able to make a friend, meet a new individual, and again, friendships can develop along those areas. In summary, hosting the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 in the Caribbean and the USA has the potential to strengthen regional integration by promoting collaboration, fostering a shared sense of identity, boosting economic cooperation, and leaving a legacy of partnership and solidarity among Caribbean nations, and further strengthening our CARICOM region. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 bill represents a comprehensive legislative framework aimed at ensuring the successful organization of the tournament while addressing various operational, logistical, and regulatory aspects. while offering benefits in terms of efficiency, security, and intellectual property protection. It also proposes challenges related to complexity, compliance, and accessibility that warrant careful consideration and mitigation strategies during implementation. Again, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I support fully, as the Member of Parliament for Tunapuna, this bill in this House this afternoon. I thank you.
The Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity for what is going to be a very brief wind-up. I have listened with interest to my colleagues on this side in support of the bill, and I have listened with interest to my colleagues on the opposite side. I just want to remind the viewing public that this is an important piece of legislation for exactly the reasons that the Honourable Member for Tunapuna has just outlined. The opportunities that are going to come to Trinidad and Tobago with the 2 billion persons virtually who will be viewing this event and the thousands of spectators who will be coming to Trinidad and Tobago for the matches that are scheduled here. And just to remind everyone, June 12th to June 17th at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the semi-final match on June 26th at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, warm-up matches at the Queen's Park Oval, practice sessions will be held at the Oval, at the Sir Frank Warren Memorial Ground, at the University of the Western East St. Augustine, and the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So altogether, we are going to have a feast of opportunity for cricket spectators, and we are going to have significant economic development in Trinidad and Tobago by reason of the visitors that we will have to this country, hotel rooms, vendors selling their goods, and generally the business fillip that this country will get. So I welcome the opportunity to bring this bill to this House. I must confess, and I obey your injunction not to dwell on it unduly, but I confess that I was taken aback in the other place by the strident behavior and remarks of the other side in the other place. I was saddened when decrying remarks were made of Papua New Guinea, because that's all we had playing in Trinidad and Tobago, and I couldn't understand the basis on which there could be that quality of opposition to what is unarguably simply a good idea, a good opportunity, and I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to make provision for the efficient and effective staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to make provision for the efficient and effective staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related matters.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 48 clauses and 3 schedules.
clauses 1 to 48.
The question is that clauses 1 to 48 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 48 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 48 now stand part of the bill.
Schedules 1 to 3.
The question is that schedules 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that schedules 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedules 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a third time and passed.
I think we have to do the report first, sir. May I refer to page 8 of the procedure?
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a third time and passed.
Members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, preliminary inquiries have long been recognized as a bottleneck in our justice system, contributing to incessant backlogs and delays. In March 2023, prior to the proclamation of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, also known as a JIPA, nearly 38,000 indictable matters languished in our district courts. It must be understood that these numbers did not merely represent cases, but affected individuals, victims, families, and communities awaiting closure and justice in their matters. Madam Speaker, this government took the decisive step finally to abolish the antiquated pre-trial procedure of preliminary inquiries which plagued our justice system. For the first time in our nation's history, a novel, efficient, and electronic approach to pre-trial proceedings was established. The abolition of preliminary inquiries is one of the major reform initiatives undertaken by this government, which works in tandem with several other reforms and demonstrates our commitment to achieving swift and fair justice for all through a comprehensive overhaul of the criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, to name a few, we have seen the establishment of specialized court divisions, the introduction of judge-alone trials, the decriminalization of certain road traffic offenses, new plea bargaining legislation, the establishment of a public defender system, and significant resources consistently applied to the justice sector to improve its plant, machinery, and processes. The long-awaited abolition of preliminary inquiries through the AJIPA complements these major reforms. The record will demonstrate, Madam Speaker, that the government has placed significant importance on eliminating preliminary inquiries. Additionally, and this is important, to ensure that all parties involved were prepared, this government has actively and continuously engaged key stakeholders for the past 12 years in order to gather feedback and to refine our approach to the abolition of preliminary inquiries and the implementation of a more effective pretrial mechanism. This commitment to responsive governance is evident in the ongoing dialogue which continues with stakeholders over the years to the present. It has resulted in 6 amending acts, ending with that which in June 2023 I brought before this House to introduce the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Act 2023, Act number 12 of 2023. That act provided for, among others, the enforcement of electronic filing, which reduces the archaic paper-based systems, the requirement for early filing of the indictment, as this has been identified as a source of delay, stricter timelines for compliance by both parties to the proceedings, and the elimination of adjournments and elimination of cross-examination or additional oral evidence. That act, AJIPA, was proclaimed on the 12th of December 2023. Madam Speaker, in the sensitization process, that 2023 act was formulated subsequent to significant consultation with stakeholders since 2023. Additionally, in December 2023, only last year, the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, in collaboration with the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, embarked on a sensitization training for stakeholders on this AJIPA and the systems and processes contained therein. During these sessions, the judiciary demonstrated the new electronic filing systems for initiating indictable matters before the High Court through novel web portals using case lines and case center software for all evidential uploads, evidential management, and case preparations. The stakeholders whose representatives attended these joint demonstrations included 1, the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, of course; 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service; 3, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions; 4, the Public Defender's Department of Legal Aid and Advisory Authority; 5, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service; 6, the Forensic Science Center; 7, the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago; the Criminal Bar Association, and the Southern Assembly of Lawyers; and 8, the Tobago Lawyers Association. Madam President, I cannot emphasize too much the consultative process that has continued throughout in refining this AJIPA and its subsequent amendments. And I am pleased to inform that with the groundbreaking impact of the proclamation of a JIPA, there was more recently introduced the Criminal Procedure Rules 2023, which have cumulatively demonstrated a sea change that has prepared all stakeholders to embrace and to enable a more swift system of administration of justice. Notably, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this was recently exhibited in the case of the state against Sheldon Dudnoth, details of which were published in a media release of the judiciary on the 1st of May 2024. The judiciary's release indicated that in the first arraignment hearing of an indictable case filed under the JIPA legislation, the sitting judge, Madam Justice Lisa Ramsume-Hines, in her ruling, set out the court's expectation for criminal trials. The case, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was filed on the 11th of January 2024, alleging offenses including kidnapping and the larceny of a motor vehicle. The sufficiency hearing was concluded on April 16th, 2024, with the accused committed to stand trial before the San Fernando Assizes. Let me pause there to illustrate the difference that a JIPA has made. Preliminary inquiries until a JIPA was brought onto our statute books took up to 13 years. This case was filed on the 11th of January 2024, and the sufficiency hearing, which is the concluding stage of what would otherwise have been a preliminary hearing, was concluded on April 16th, 2024. Remarkably, therefore, 4 months after the accused was charged, the pre-trial hearings commenced, the initial and sufficiency hearings were completed, the master committed the accused to stand trial, the accused appeared before a High Court judge for trial, and the presiding judge now indicates and anticipates that the trial will be completed before the end of July, a mere 6 months after the filing of the indictment. Let me repeat that. A High Court criminal trial under a JIPA may be completed a mere 6 months after the indictment was filed. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is progress. This is progress that this government has brought to the improvement of the criminal justice system of Trinidad and Tobago. The presiding judge went on to emphasize the new criminal procedure rules, which has established strict timelines, ensuring strict and court-managed progress. And indeed, one of the things that was highlighted in the media release and in the order of the judge, which I have read, is she cited the criminal procedure rules, mandating that during every hearing, the court must ensure that the accused's plea is taken, or if already taken, it must ascertain whether the accused is likely to plead guilty or not guilty. The rule underscores the importance of all counsel, prosecution, and defense adhering to timelines. Consistent with that new process, the new criminal procedure rules and a JIPA, among the orders made by the judge was that, quote, variation of time limits by agreement of the parties is prohibited. In other words, now that the court has set its deadlines, the court has said the parties are not allowed to change those deadlines.
I'm constrained to just stand on 48.1. Relevance, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a very strict bill. It only has 3 very short clauses, which is a definition issue.
Please, members, overruled. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've always been told in every opportunity of any presentation of any case before the court, as the member for Barataria San Juan should know. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is very important to appreciate about the amendment of the Enabling Act, what is very important to appreciate about the Enabling Act, which we are about to amend today, is to understand that there is now established court-driven process with the courts managing the responsibility on attorneys to advance their cases without using court hearings to do things that parties can manage for themselves, allowing court resources not to be wasted, and conferring strict responsibility on attorneys appearing in our courts to progress the case to conclusion. All parties are encouraged to achieve swift justice, marking a significant departure from the old culture of delays that plagued the previous system prior to AJIPA and the criminal procedure rules. I turn now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the substantive provisions of the bill. A short bill. The bill seeks to amend one clause of AJIPA, Section 21, with what I stood to pilot 3 amendments. But I am going to pilot only 2 of those 3 amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I am withdrawing one. So the first amendment that I am asking this House to receive and to consider is the amendment to Section 21 introduced by Clause 3.2, Clause 3 of the bill. Section 21 of the Act is amended in subsection 2. 1, in paragraph A, by inserting after the words police officer, beg your pardon, let me just get to the first amendment that I wish to bring to the attention of the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to incorporate the definition. I will turn first to the last which appears, to incorporate a new definition of police officer. That is to say, to involve the insertion of a new subsection 9, which will incorporate the definition of police officer as outlined in the Proceedings of Crime Act. This amendment is deemed essential in order to address the existing gap in the Act where police officer is not sufficiently defined. And that amendment will read, for purposes of this section, police officer means an officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and includes an officer of the Customs and Excise Division, an officer of the Board of Inland Revenue, or any officer of an agency of the state lawfully vested with investigative powers similar to those exercisable by a police officer appointed under the Police Service Act. Further to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, additionally, Section 21(2)A is being amended to include the word given, thus enabling acceptance of statements provided by witnesses driven or authorized or recorded by authorized persons other than police officers within the strict definition of police officers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the amendment that seeks to substitute the word in Section 21A1, that seeks to 21A2, that seeks to substitute the word or with the word and, I withdraw that amendment. And I withdraw that amendment. It was originally a recommendation from the Public Defender's Department. We had anticipated that by the time I stood here today, we would have received feedback from other stakeholders, because as I have said at the beginning of my pilot today, we encourage consultative feedback. We are awaiting the feedback from the Director of Public Prosecutions, and therefore I withdraw that amendment because I would like first to get all of the consultation in. So the only 2 sections that are being amended are those that I have outlined. In all of the circumstances, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask this House to support the improvement of the already effective working legislation at JIPA, to support the amendments which I propose to this House on those 2 limited respects. And with respect, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011, be now read a second time. I recognize the member for Barataria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I think I have 45 minutes in order to look at this particular piece of legislation where we are amending 21 section of the Administration of Justice, Indictable Proceedings Act 2011. And I emphasize on the year 2011 because this was a policy of the People's Partnership Government to abolish preliminary inquiries. This was a policy decision taken by the then government because we understood the lag in the criminal justice system. I think this has been a public debate ever since maybe Arima was a law student in terms of the relevance of preliminary inquiries. And Trinidad and Tobago has taken that bold step on the 12th of December 2024 through successive administrations to have these proceedings that were very cumbersome in the magistracy abolished. Because you have to look at what happened in the past. It was one trial taking place in the magistrate's court where you will have witnesses attending, being cross-examined extensively after a barrage of adjournments to get to that point of the preliminary inquiry hearing. The magistrate is not sitting as an arbiter of fact. All the magistrate is required to do is determine whether or not there's a prima facie case before it can proceed to the assizes for a trial before a judge and jury. We also have legislation now that provides for judge-alone trials. So the exercise that we're asked to engage in today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is nothing complex, is nothing cumbersome, and it's now even shorter because the Attorney General has now caused an amendment to his amendment bill, where he is removing one of the amendments and deleting where we are going to insert the words or as the word and. So the only two amendments before us is including the word given at section 21(2)(a) of the parent law, and then inserting a definition of police officer. And this is not any brand new definition of police officer. It is being lifted out of the Proceeds of Crime Act and transposing on this particular piece of legislation. So it's no rocket science that we're engaged in here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. None at all. So let's look at what the First Amendment does, because the Attorney General really didn't give us an indication of what it does, but he told us about another case that has no relevance to this particular legislation. So the First Amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is really, the section now, the parent law will read, a signed original statement which was recorded by a police officer or given by the witness. So what this really does, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is it makes it clear that the statement can in fact be recorded by the police officer or it can be recorded by the witness themselves. If you read it in the first original form.
Again, honorable members on the government side, again, please, if you're having any conversation in low tones, other than that, please proceed. Member for Braja Asano.
Yes, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank you very much. Or the witness statement could be recorded by the witness now and be given to the police officer. The original drafting was very restrictive in terms of just having the statement being recorded by the police officer. And we could all understand that there are some constraints with respect to that particular drafting. I now have to skip the amendment that was withdrawn, and I have to look at the last amendment, which is the new insertion of subsection 9 at section 21. And if one looks at the bill, the explanatory note of the bill, it talks about the transposing of a particular or the identical definition from the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, to the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, to now give that definition of police officer. And I just want to read the definition into the record, which is that a police officer now means an officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and includes an officer of the Customs and Excise Division, an officer of the Board of Inland Revenue, or any officer of an agency of the state lawfully vested with investigative powers similar to those exercisable by a police officer appointed under the Police Service Act. And when you look at what the explanatory note says, it talks about a gap was created in terms of the uncertainty, especially in cases where tax investigators from the Board of Inland Revenue are involved in recording statements. since these investigators are not explicitly recognized as police officers. So there's a particular gap that the government, or the executive, identified with respect to tax investigators and the recording of statements and having the power to so, in fact, record. I know we have some problems right now with finding some missing money.
Ooh.
I think it's about $3 billion is missing, $1 billion of expenditure unaccounted for. So I really hope that this bill may have some bearing and relevance to what is taking place now, that they may have to, in fact, calling certain persons to record some statements from them to let us know where the money exactly has gone. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are happy on this side to raise no objection with this bill, and I thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker. I recognize the member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
South.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only persons who should fear the taking of witness statements by a police officer, they are all there on the ID parade lineup. At number 1, 2, 9, and 8, they're all there. They're the ones who should fear. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the pig that gets hit with the stone that makes the most noise. Oh, so that is what is going on there. Mr. Deputy Speaker,
I would like to listen to the member. I would like to listen to the member in peace.
Members, please. No, members, please. God, the precedent has already been set. 5 minutes. So let's proceed, please. For us, Spencer.
And Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I say to the honourable member for Naparima, as he rides out into the sunset, he can get any device he wants to ride. Ride out. Ride out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this act really tries here to...
I'm unable to hear. I would not be able to make a judgment call. So please, let me hear Port of Spain South.
It is a part of a slew of legislation and resources put into the judiciary to try to assist and to augment and improve the criminal justice system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill, as it seeks to amend the sufficiency hearing and the JIPA, it really now strengthens the status quo. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we now have existing in Trinidad and Tobago based on the resources put by the government and a PNM government of Trinidad and Tobago. This is what we have. Omera, we have 3 courthouse, 3 hearing rooms. San Fernando, which is in repair, when it's completed, we will have 4. Princess Town 1, the Hall of Justice 8, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you use the 2nd floor for judge alone trials, we'll have at least 15 rooms, and in Scarborough we have 2. There are now 13 criminal judges who would sit on the bench to deal with matters that now would come from a JIPA. So what is before you and before this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is now an amendment in order to cure certain lacunas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remember when we were looking at the preliminary inquiry indictable offences Act some years ago, there were 2 sections which were mandatory. The Honourable Attorney General will tell you when he was in practice, they were mandatory. And when a magistrate did not follow those mandatory provisions, I remember Mr. Ramasa and Mr. Ken Saga, both deceased, we took points before Justice Best, as he then was. And the court, throughout the preliminary inquiry, throughout the indictment, because of those, the failure to adhere to the process in the legislation. If this government does not correct this now, as we are doing, it may result in challenges, and that is why we are doing it. So let me edify the other side. Although it is simple, it is far-reaching, and it has very significant implications. When a potential witness statement does not follow the status and the act, what is the provisions of the act, the formalities of the act, it will be subject to challenge. And what the First Amendment does
is that it seeks to now put where a police officer, there are two situations that exist now. The first thing, sir, is that if a police officer records a statement, then that statement is admissible under JIPA. But the second one is, if the witness gives the statement, then that statement is admissible. But what happens when someone who is not a police officer receives a statement from a witness, like let us say an investigator in the Police Complaints Authority? Then that statement may not be admissible under a JIPA as it stands now. That is what the legislation and the amendment seeks to cure. In that, if there is a statement now that is given by a witness to any other person, then that statement will go in and is admissible under a JIPA. The second one goes to the definition of police officer, and all it does is that it incorporates, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the definition of a police officer, it incorporates a Custom and Excise Division officer and also an officer, let us say, of the Board of Inland Revenue. All it does, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it brings the definition of police officer in alignment with the other pieces of legislation. This is called good and sensible governance. A phrase and theme that is alien to the members on the other side. In this regard, I thank the Honorable Attorney General for his diligence. Madam, I greet you with two palms.
Member
I greet you with my double palm.
Member, for the Spain South, address the chair, please.
Speaker, I put my sorry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me give you an example. If a witness has a report in a statement and he or she is supposed to report and doesn't, the police officer then can maybe take the report and present that statement being given by the witness, even if the witness is reluctant. So,
I didn't want to, but I have to stand on Standing Order 51(1)(b). I hear over and over a simple thing being made complex. And this is not up.
Again. All right. Proceed, member.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are doing here is we are about a serious amendment, albeit it may look innocuous. We are about a serious amendment to the bill, and I would like to thank the Honorable Attorney General for the promptitude in which he has brought this to the Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just two short points, one of which I have already made, and that is that the refinement of a JIPA is being promoted through an ongoing, continuing process of consultation, and the amendments that we are here today to seek to ask this House to approve are the benefit of consultations and correspondence which we've had with the Board of Inland Revenue, the Police Complaints Authority, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Public Defender's Department. That's point one. The second point is that on the 26th of March 2024, my office wrote to key stakeholders requesting feedback on continuing issues dealing with a JIPA. We've received some feedback. We expect to get more, so I serve notice on this Honourable House that we may yet be back again with further amendments to refine the legislation as I seek to ask this House today to approve, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Can I have this time? Thank you. Thank you, members. Honorable members, the
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Indictable Proceedings, Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Indictable Proceedings, Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy Chairman.
I bring this Committee of the Whole to in session.
Are there any amendments? We have not had the benefit of the amendments in writing circulated as is provided in our rules.
Again, Honourable Member, again, the Chair has agreed that the Honourable AG who made the amendment on the floor will be allowed to present it on the floor as we proceed with this particular committee.
It's triggered something.
Again.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Members, please, let's proceed. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Honourable AG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I ask this House to take the amendments to clause 3 to amend section 21 as set out in subsection A, Roman 1, and subsection B. And I wish, with leave of the House, to withdraw Roman 2 of subsection A, to delete it. Yes. So the words in C1, by deleting the word or and substituting the word and the word which follows thereafter and, be deleted.
Just ignore.
Give it again, Honourable AG.
It's clause 3, which seeks to amend section 21 of the Act. I am asking that Roman 2, which reads in paragraph C1 by deleting the word or and substituting the word and, semicolon and, that those two lines be deleted.
Honorable members, welcome. Right. Honorable members, the question is that clause 3, as amended, by deleting subclause 2, subclause 2, including the Roman numerals and the whole clause. And deleted. The question is...
Deputy Chair, I just seeking clarity. Are we just deleting 3 Roman numeral 2, that amendment? Are we deleting the entire amendment? We're keeping all.
We are keeping 3A Roman 1.
Right.
We are keeping 3B. We are
Correct.
deleting 3A Roman 2.
Correct.
All of it.
All of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
3A Roman 2.
Then, yes. Chair, Mr. Chair.
But you don't have a plumber to call? Dennis plumber.
Chair.
Please, let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Chair, in sub clause 3A 1, at the end of 1, you'll have to also delete the word and. The semicolon and place a full stop. You have to.
No, again.
No, you have to delete it. There is no longer a B, so it has to be deleted. Be serious, Minister of Finance.
Hold on 1 second. Clarify. Let's clarify, AG. Proceed that clause 3.
No longer B, where B going? Mr. Chair, it stays because B stays. Yeah.
AG, let's clarify.
In response to the member for Barataria, San Juan, the word and at the end of A Roman 1 remains because it follows that it will be and then B by inserting.
Well, AG just will. You'll have to take off the Roman 1 also, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, the Roman 1 will be deleted.
Be corrected by the law.
Of the decision. Right, okay. Okay, members. Thanks for the clarity, thanks for the information, members. The question is that clause 3 be amended by deleting 3A Roman numerals 2. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 be amended, as amended, now stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Thank you, members. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The House will now resume. Thank you for coming. Members, Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to report that the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2024 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendment. With amendments. With amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the administration of justice indictable proceedings, Amendment Bill 2024 with amendments. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice, Indictable Proceedings, Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011, as amended, be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, Act number 20 of 2011.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 24th day of May at 1:30 p.m. That day is Private Members' Day, and we will be grateful to get what we'll be doing on that day from the member for Point of Pay. Thank you.
Chief Speaker, I know 24th is 2 weeks away, so I didn't plan to get Private Members' Day today. So I'll have to inform my friend from Aruka Maloney, my member, by a couple of days.
Again, thank you, Leader of the House and Chief Whip. Honourable members, there is one matter that qualifies to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House. I will now call on the member for Chaguanas East. Member, you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I stand to raise a most urgent and important matter on the adjournment, which reads as follows. Given the increase in the number of suicides in Trinidad and Tobago, there is an immediate need for the government to adopt an all-embracing approach through strategies to mitigate against persons contemplating suicide. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to introduce this raised matter on the adjournment by stating that it is with great distress and much introspection that this matter is being raised at this August forum. Further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to preface this matter by stating that all 41 constituencies are gravely affected by this inherent development that has seen an astronomical rise in the numbers in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to share with you that several conversations with older heads in my very own constituency reveal that this phenomenon of suicide was far and few in the country when it did occur in older periods, or ancient times, I may say, mainly arising from a little tabanka. This is what we know it to be like. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the big question is, why, therefore, is there such a steep increase in suicide rates in Trinidad and Tobago, according to available data? And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this data comes from the Ministry of Health in recent years. In March 2022, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Dr. Hazel Otello, if I have it correct, according to Loop News, would have reported, as she announced, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm having a serious challenge even. It is, yes, it's not for some, it may be funny, but it's serious. Yeah?
Again, members, please. Right? The member have 10 minutes. Members, please. The member have 10 minutes in order to convey her information. And please, let's do it in silence, please. I think we are very close to the adjournment. Yeah, go ahead. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, Dr. Hazel Otello in March 2022, according to Loop News, would have reported or announced, and in her announcement, she disclosed that Trinidad and Tobago, the police service, recorded a gradual increase in deaths by suicides over the last 3 years. And according to the statistics she revealed, Trinidad and Tobago registered 92 suicides in 2019, 104 suicides in 2020, and 128 suicides in 2021. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the 2019 figure compared well with the global and regional average of 9 suicides per 100,000, as the country registered 8.3 suicides per 100,000. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst these figures in themselves reflect the international mean, greater interest ought to have been placed on this development, given that this country, Trinidad and Tobago, and the world at large would have been in the midst of the rampaging COVID-19 pandemic. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the very pandemic would have exacerbated those figures because it created psychological problems such as self-imposed isolation, problems such as death of relatives and close friends, problems such as unemployment, problems such as closure of businesses, and even increases in substance abuse. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is quite alarming is the recent figures and development which indicate, and I want to quote from a news article as recent as the 31st of March 2024, where it states male suicide rising in TNT. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has been a 25% increase in suicides in Trinidad and Tobago over the last 8 years, according to data from the Ministry of Health. Mr. Deputy Speaker, between 2016 and 2019, 371 people took their lives, an average of 93 persons per year. Comparatively, between 2020 and 2023, 478 people died by suicide, an average of 120 per year, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, men have accounted for 83% of self-inflicted deaths in this country since 2020. However, data about the most common motives is not available. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which brings me to my reason and for bringing this matter on the adjournment, the government of the day must pay great heed to these unwanted occurrences, whilst acknowledging that suicide can arise from social, environmental, biological, or psychological factors, which, and we would all agree, at times the government may not be able to prevent such occurrences. They still must take heed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what the government must do is adopt an all-embracing approach via strategies to mitigate against persons contemplating suicide. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a suicide hotline is simply not enough. I know the Ministry of Social Development would say that we have 800 COPE, but it's simply not enough based on the figures that we are dealing with. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this matter is a serious and heart-wrenching matter, and therefore I wish to elucidate to the government of the day that some measures and mechanisms to mitigate against suicide, since it will be foolhardy or reckless of anyone to delude themselves into believing that the government can eliminate suicides totally. And that is totally understandable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, therefore, there must be a multifaceted approach to prevention strategies involving critical sectors of society, inclusive of healthcare, inclusive of education, inclusive of community organizations and social services agencies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in light of this, I wish to share some strategies the government can implement to mitigate suicide risk, especially amongst males. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sure. Promoting mental health awareness across the board. Encourage much more open discussions about emotions, stress, etc. I know the Minister of Health would say the government is involved in mental health awareness programs. It needs to be deeper, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 2, enhance access to medical health services. Ensure that mental health services are readily available and affordable and accessible to citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, implement suicide prevention programs, not just a hotline. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and another major issue, address substance abuse, which is a significant risk factor for suicide. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to those opposite, I just want to share that I know sometimes when responding, we would say the opposition would raise matters to score political points. This is not my intention at all. All of our constituencies are affected by this, and therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to share with you before I close, even an elderly man recently attempted suicide because of frustration with the crime situation, and this was reported. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I just want to urge the government to carefully consider what I have said and shared in this matter, because by implementing a combination of these strategies, governments can work towards reducing the incidence of suicide and providing better support for individuals at risk, including males who are statistically more prone to suicide. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say to this House in closing, choose life. Together, all 41 of us, we can prevent suicide.
I call on the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion will find absolute support from this side, and I'll tell you why. The issue of suicide is not to be politicized, and I don't intend to. However, the member is correct. A hotline is not enough, and I will say what else we are doing. The all-embracing approach. The issue of addressing the issue of suicide and suicide ideation is really a whole of government, whole of society approach. The Ministry of Social Development, Family Services has a role to play. Ministry of Sport, Ministry of Youth Development under the Honorable Foster Cummins in providing opportunities, especially for men. And he will tell you what he is doing for men in this country. The Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Health. But let's focus on my colleague's ministry, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. They have a National Family Services Division, a Social Welfare Division, a Division of Aging to provide relative and relevant resources when required. Psychosocial support is also provided. And on the critical issue of suicide, the Ministry of Social Development is mindful of that. And the member is right. It is not only a hotline. However, I think one of the best divisions in the Ministry of Social Development to treat with the holistic approach of suicides is their family case management services. And callers could access under that ministry, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, where the Honorable Donna Cox has piloted the family case management services. And let me tell those outside there who are thinking about suicide, who have suicide ideations, you are not suffering in silence, you are not alone. The government is on your side with the following services. 1, if you have a family member who you think may be contemplating suicide, is depressed, you have resources for abuse and incest. You have resources to tackle domestic violence, which is a cause of suicide. You have marital counseling. You have counseling for depression, financial issues. Because coming out of COVID, we recognize that unemployment is an issue. So the Family Case Management Services also provides assistance for financial services. life crises. So a lot of this is there, and counseling. So that ministry is well equipped, but the conversation is to lead people who are contemplating suicide, who are depressed, to access services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in supporting the Ministry of Family Services, the Ministry of Health also has its own Fine Care TT. And I just did a quick Google search. I typed in suicidal ideation thoughts. And do you know what was the first one that came up on the Google search? Fine Care TT. So Fine Care TT, which is a collaboration of 30 entities working with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Social Development, has 30 entities to help people with mental health crises 24/7. So if you are depressed, you can call up. If you are contemplating suicide, and the suicide prevention page, as I have always said, is the most visited page on Fine Care TT. So it's more than a hotline. The services are there. The government has heard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the Ministry of Health working together with the Ministry of Social Development in decentralizing mental health, we are rolling out these decentralized mental health to health centers. I visited the Barataria Health Center a few months ago, speaking to women who come in there with their domestic violence problems. The Piti Valley Health Center, where my colleague visited with me, is testimony to what we are doing to make services available. The Southwest Regional Health Authority, and in the few minutes I have left, I want to talk especially to the Gen Z crowds. The Gen Z people are the young people born between 1997 and 2013. They are showing higher rates of depression and suicide. The international research is showing that Gen Zs who use social media more than 3 hours per week have a twice higher rate of mental disease. And we keep telling people delink from these social media platforms, because what is happening on social media is cyberbullying, which is leading people to suicide around the world. And I'm sure Trinidad is no exception. It is the fourth leading cause of death between suicide between people the ages of 15 to 29. So this is an opportune moment to tell Gen Zs, to tell young people, you are not alone. However, what we are faced with now, we didn't face 10 years ago, because the member spoke about the changing landscape of suicides. And a lot of this has to do with the negative impact of social media and social bullying. So our Gen Z population, their mental health challenges are totally different to what we went through as young people, to what our parents went through as young people. And in recognizing that, I'll give you an example. The Southwest RHA went into 22 schools in South, targeting Forms 3 to Upper 6. 258 students and 32 teachers were spoken to. We got feedback. We spoke to them about depression, self-harm, suicide, and coping strategies. Under the North Central Regional Health Authority, they have launched a CALM project together with the University of the West Indies. And we identified ages 12 to 19, identified at most at risk. So how do we cope with that? We teach them the coping strategies to deal with acute mental health crises, including truancy, skipping school. Because when you skip school and you fall behind, that adds to your mental state. Self-injury, suicide, body image shaming. This is something we did not have to deal with as young people in school. But it's a reality now, because teenagers now are much more mean to their colleagues, to their peers, that we were. Anxiety. So all of these facilities, through both the Ministry of Health and the RHAs and the Ministry of Social Development, are available. And I want to congratulate the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and let everyone know, if you are under stress, yes, if you are under stress, make use of the case support system under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The family case management services are there for you. Do not suffer in silence. All the government's apparatus is there to support, it is there to help. And lastly, at the last minute, I was in my constituency office once. A woman calls, put on to me, I am contemplating suicide. I am no psychologist. I told her, call Find Care TT. She called back in 45 minutes and said, thank you, you saved my life. Wow. Services are there, make use of them. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, 24th May 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, 24th May 2024 at 1:30 p.m.